When it all started on the second day of the new year with a basic domestic nightmare. The heater in his tiny apartment suddenly stopped working. One look at the broken piece of junk made him regret living here. Literally everything in this place was on the absolute verge of snapping. Suddenly heavy footsteps echoed, a loud shout followed from down the hall. Some angry old man was screaming about young people wasting heat. He marched down the corridor, waving a broom in pure, unbridled fury. He kept yelling that keeping warm only required thick socks and window tape. Hearing the loud rants, our hero knew exactly what this meant. It was an aggressive, not-so-subtle warning about what would happen if it broke. And it just did. If he reported the breakdown now, he was doomed. The landlord would force him to pay the massive repair bill. Worse, they would probably hike up his rent for allegedly being negligent. But our hero had dealt with a pretty rough life since early childhood. A freezing cold shower was honestly nothing to him. The bitter cold filling his room was a much bigger issue. Maybe the old landlord brainwashed him because he quickly headed out. He needed heavy plastic sheeting to seal those drafty windows. It is the classic butterfly effect, a tiny change triggering a massive storm. Just one small flutter of a wing can cause a huge hurricane. His life was about to change because of a broken boiler by 9 p.m. The young man arrived at the store, where a friendly worker helped him. She told him the plastic was right of the giant pillar marked F. The endless shelves were completely packed. You could find absolutely anything here. Rows of tools stretched out, showing off all kinds of gear. Nearby, a young boy was begging his father for a wrench. The father just brushed him off, ignoring the kid completely. Still, the kid kept playing anyway, swinging the heavy tool with a grin. According to his orphanage director, his real father named him Hwayeon. But he had never actually seen his parents even once. No achievements, no happy moments. He was abandoned as a baby. The orphanage only gave him basic food and a hard bed. No one ever protected him. Love was a completely foreign concept. But that tough environment taught him one very brutal truth. Strength was everything. In this cruel world, only the strong survived. Before long, Hwayeon realized that money was the ultimate power source. He worked non-stop, even while attending high school. Naturally, his grades tanked, leaving him with no real education. Without a degree, he could only bounce between miserable part-time gigs. Those terrible jobs proved his precious time was worth practically nothing. From an early age, he knew the world was incredibly harsh. Pausing by the knives, Hwayeon stared at the cold metal. The smooth surface was designed to make clean, effortless cuts. Picking one up, he smiled. It balanced perfectly in his hand. The cashier watched him closely, finding his dark grin pretty creepy. This guy was standing right in the middle of a storm with a massive machete in his hands. And he smiled. A nearby father grabbed his son and quickly backed away. Hwayeon stared down at the polished, smooth blade, looking at his own. Reflection, looking at the steel, his mind drifted back to the old days. Back when his hard labor was barely worth 10,000 won, and orphans were banned from military service, so he decided to become a mercenary to fight globally. That was the moment he decided to join the elite first. Squad, an international mercenary unit built for orphans and societal rejects, in other words, desperate men with absolutely nothing left to lose. They got a warm bed, clothes, and the promise of steady money for the rest of their lives. It was a golden opportunity they had to appreciate. So these armed outcasts joined forces, working together to clear the seas of pirates and decapitate terrorists on land. But now, he was a regular guy. Again, living a normal life, visiting shops and buying whatever caught his eye. As the cashier scanned the machete, she asked if he wanted to pick out something much more practical for cutting down heavy trees or camping, but Hwayeon just shook his head. He had wanted a replacement blade for ages because his old weapon was dull. And this clean edge was perfect. He also asked for 10 meters of plastic wrap to be cut. The checkout lady found it a bit strange, but the woman did not ask any questions and went to measure out the required plastic. Her cheap knife screeched loudly as she struggled with the cut, and that harsh sound was deafeningly loud. Hwayeon was quickly losing his patience. That knife was so uselessly dull, it was impossible to slice straight. He decided he was not going to watch this struggle for another second. So he commanded the startled woman to step away from the roll. Since he already paid for the machete, he had every right to use it. He did not hesitate, stepping in to make life easier for both of them. The terrifying force of his swing scared the poor cashier to death, who was already feeling anxious around this intense customer, but he did not hurt her. He cleanly sliced the film in a split second, incredibly fast. And perfectly straight, too. Suddenly, a noisy commotion from nearby caught his attention. He figured there was some kind of promotional event going on. Since people were loudly begging for photos, he decided to get closer to see what the big deal was, but the scene waiting for him was unbelievable. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. No one could blame him either, because standing right in the middle of the department store was a literal goblin. A real fantasy monster, brandishing a blade with a wicked, malicious grin. At first, the shoppers assumed it was just a prank, but the creature did not stop. It kept pointing its weapon directly at the crowd, and panic set in. Hysteria exploded once the very first murder was committed right before them. A young boy had his throat brutally slit and was left bleeding to death, but as horrible as that was, it was not even the worst part. The vile monster leaped right onto the fresh corpse and began to devour its flesh. Hwayeon stood frozen in pure shock, unable to process it. It was insane because everything looked exactly like some twisted video game. Only one thing was clear: he bought that machete for a reason. Meanwhile, the goblin paid no attention to anyone else, completely focused on devouring its fresh kill. When it saw another target standing close by, its blood-soaked face twisted into a grin. It was obvious the beast chose its next meal. Backing away, Hwayeon realized he was the creature's next target. He had no idea what to do since he had never faced a nightmare like this before. He had survived wars and seen death, but this was different. Without warning, the beast lunged directly at him, squealing in delight at the prospect of food. For a split second, the young man froze. Everything felt so incredibly fake that it was hard to think of a real strategy, but raw survival instincts took over. His fear and his arm swung the heavy blade to block the oncoming strike. The counterattack connected perfectly. Looking at the outside of the massive shopping mall, no one could have guessed the absolute nightmare unfolding inside. The wide hallways were ruined, covered in wreckage and bodies. The floors were stained red with corpses piled in nearly every dark corner. Some survivors still desperately fought off the monstrous beasts that suddenly invaded their quiet world for some unknown reason. Every single second felt heavier and more exhausting than the last. Their limbs shook, and their minds simply refused to process this living nightmare. The heavy, metallic stench of blood hung everywhere, reminding everyone that death was right behind them, and they had to stay incredibly sharp. Every single step could be their absolute last. Suddenly, a desperate shriek shattered the heavy quiet, forcing the young man to spin around to find the source. But all he could see were broken, motionless shapes that would never speak again. The vicious monsters were hunting in packs, making their slaughter fast and efficient. Their brutal strategy worked flawlessly. Right now, one pack was closing in on a helpless mother who was desperately holding onto her young daughter. They shivered in the dark corner, crying out for anyone to save them. Without even thinking, Hwayeon charged and swung his blade. It was pure instinct, a driving, uncontrollable urge to protect, and that split-second reaction is what spared the mother and her little girl, who watched in shock as the hideous beast was violently sliced apart, staring in terror at the boy. Holding the blood-dripping steel, the mother begged to know what was happening. She demanded to know where these creatures came from, still hoping this was just some cruel, elaborate prank or movie set. Turning around, Hwayeon didn't even have an answer because he was just as clueless about this madness. He was simply moving on instinct, doing what had to be done. The one thing he realized during the clash was that his current weapon was entirely too cheap for this kind of combat. He needed better gear. But there was absolutely no time to search. A massive swarm of green monsters was already rushing his position, screaming and howling for blood. Gritting his teeth, the young man braced himself, trying to make sense of this endless nightmare. Had some kind of portal opened up inside the mall. Sudden noise behind him cut through the chaos. Spinning his head, he spotted far more living people than he had ever expected to find here. Hope for rescue actually existed. 3 young men grabbed whatever random objects they could reach. They were terrified, but they did surprisingly well fighting off the creatures. It was shocking how quickly a true warrior spirit could wake up inside them. But unfortunately, not everyone was born with that kind of courage. Some people just cowered in the corners, begging for salvation. Our hero approached one guy and told him fear would not help him. Fear was useless in this situation, but a weapon might save his life. Begging gets you absolutely nowhere. If you want to survive, stand up and fight. He handed the guy a heavy chainsaw and told him to start moving. Not everyone is born a natural warrior, but you can become one right now. Just like that, their small squad managed to gain another valuable member. The first goblin lunged at the boy with glasses. He froze completely. His mind went totally blank. Absolute terror locked up his entire body. He could not think clearly, but then his survival instinct took over. His hands gripped the weapon, leaving the green beast with zero chance. Staring at the bloody chainsaw, the kid stood there completely stunned. He was in absolute shock, but Hwayeon patted his shoulder encouragingly. "You did a great job," he said. "This kid proved a vital point. Even a weak person becomes deadly when backed into a corner." Suddenly, another survivor ran over, screaming at the top of his lungs. He begged them to follow him quickly, so the group hurried after him. They found something absolutely shocking. A massive portal pulsed in the center, spewing hordes of creatures into the mall. They had to destroy this rift immediately, but nobody had any clue how. Meanwhile, the green beasts kept pouring out at an absolutely insane speed. It was as if they knew this dimensional gate would not stay open. The goblins grinned with pure malice, eager to tear everything apart. They wanted to savagely slaughter every single human inside this building. Sadly, they were succeeding. Dead and injured bodies littered almost every hallway. Watching two monsters finish off their prey, our hero realized the truth. The situation was rapidly spiraling completely out of control. And get this, more goblins kept emerging from the rift. Survivors were running out of stamina, making them incredibly easy targets. At this rate, absolutely nobody would stand a chance against these monsters. They had to close that portal, but they still had no plan. This bizarre spatial rift would easily puzzle even the world's greatest scientists. There was simply no precedent for this in human history. Hwayeon knew this fight would be incredibly brutal. He had to mobilize every single resource and weapon just to get out alive. Studying the rift, he noticed a pattern. The monsters arrived in waves. The beasts spawned at strict 10-minute intervals. Already 26 beasts roamed the halls, and more were coming. Even with the pattern figured out, he still lacked a real solution. That was the main problem. Plus, most store items made terrible weapons. Only a handful of random items in this entire store could actually kill them. Locked in brutal close combat with monsters, the odds were heavily stacked against them. Most allies were dead, and the rest were exhausted. Hwayeon gritted his teeth, knowing that a single firearm would completely change their fortunes. Wait for it. Just as he imagined it, a sudden roar of gunfire shattered the air. It was almost as if his thoughts had instantly materialized. The breeze smelled of gunpowder and burning flesh as people scattered to find cover. Nobody wanted to get caught in the deadly crossfire of this sudden military rescue. The armored men claimed to be an elite counterterrorism team from the capital. They assured the crowd they were safe and asked for help tending the wounded. The combat unit quickly entered the building. They moved in tactical formation to quickly neutralize the threats. Armed to the teeth, they immediately opened up with a massive barrage on the goblin horde. It seemed like a solid strategy to wipe out these vile creatures for good. Initially, their heavy barrage actually managed to hold the monsters back. Any beast trying to reach the survivors was met with a wall of lead. A sudden wave of relief washed over everyone as the professionals took control. The terrified boy finally stopped shaking and began to calm down. He looked up and thanked Hwayeon for not leaving him behind in that nightmare. He introduced himself as Kim Bo-yan, his voice filled with deep gratitude. He was incredibly thankful for the rescue, but Hwayeon was far from friendly. Showing absolutely zero warmth, the veteran mercenary bluntly stated that he was just completely exhausted. Making friends was the last thing on his mind when lives could end instantly. In battle, emotional attachments only bring pain, so he flatly told Bo-yan to beat it. Hwayeon had no interest in hanging out with weaklings after surviving so many wars. His brutal years as a mercenary taught him that weaklings are always the first to die. Carrying dead weight was a luxury he could not afford in this chaos. With armed soldiers around, there was absolutely no reason to drag him along. Highly trained warriors could cover his back far better than Bo-yan ever could. The terrified kid had absolutely zero focus under pressure. In a high-stakes firefight, a panicking amateur is nothing but a major liability. But get this, even some of these trained soldiers were losing their cool. Their erratic breathing was totally obvious. Their trembling hands and shaky stances betrayed their complete lack of combat experience. Such raw panic severely impacted their combat efficiency. Consequently, none of their frantic shots actually managed to hit a goblin. Watching this pathetic display, Hwayeon realized he could never trust these recruits. Even people with guns can fail, so he had to take matters into his own hands. Hwayeon stepped up to a trembling private and demanded his rifle. A weapon is only useful in the hands of someone who actually knows how to shoot. Claiming his status in Squad Number 1, he insisted he had every right to bear arms. The young soldier hesitated, too intimidated to argue with the fierce mercenary. Losing his patience, Hwayeon struck him and snatched the assault rifle away. Now the gun would finally be used to actually kill some monsters. His furious commander immediately yelled at the private for giving his weapon to a stranger. Letting an outsider disarm you was the ultimate proof of being completely useless. The commander ordered his arrest. Still, he ignored the conflict. Instead, he began shredding enemies with his brand new weapon, working far more efficiently now. He was deadly accurate. Watching the young man shoot, the soldiers stood frozen, completely shocked because they never expected to witness such an insane skill level. Suddenly, one soldier remembered him. This kid was from a legendary group. The most brutal mercenary group on Earth, the legendary Number 1 Squad. His ruthless combat style proved he wasn't lying. It was totally obvious. That war and chaos were his true home. Suddenly, nobody wanted to disarm him. In fact, the squad quickly realized they had to team up. So while Hwayeon covered their backs, the soldiers led the trembling survivors out to safety. Hwayeon's marksmanship was purely elite, dropping every goblin the moment they got anywhere near the group. The shopping mall felt like a horror movie set, but the rescue mission pushed forward without a single pause, until suddenly, a glowing blue system screen appeared, announcing a full game restart. Hwayeon stared in disbelief. This whole nightmare felt way too surreal, making him feel like he was trapped inside some twisted computer game. Closing his eyes, he rubbed his temples, praying this hallucination would fade away. But it stayed ever since he stepped inside that hardware store. Unbelievable things had kept throwing his life into chaos. Yet this bizarre system text was giving him the biggest headache of all. He had absolutely no clue what game they meant, and that restart part totally confused him. He had never encountered these hideous beasts before, nor had he ever seen a spatial rift. Frankly, nobody in the entire store could have predicted they would become players in this horrific nightmare. But trying to rationalize any of this right now was completely useless. Everything happening around them shattered common sense. Suddenly, a monstrous sound interrupted his train of thought. A massive growl echoed from close by. Then a fresh nightmare crawled out of the darkness, a beast whose colossal size put every goblin he had fought so far to shame. Squeezing through the rift, the giant orc roared, making the entire shopping center tremble. The sight triggered instant primal terror. Trust me, even the seasoned warriors among them panicked, raising their guns to spray bullets wildly at the giant, hoping to drop it. Sadly, it did not work. Bullets barely did any real damage, merely annoying the colossal beast. Hwayeon joined the attack, but he quickly realized his rounds were equally useless. Still, the squad advanced, pouring gunfire into the giant. Their onslaught forced the orc back a step, but it showed zero signs of injury. Watching this futile struggle, one of the survivors knew he had to act. Charging forward, he swung his axe, desperate to draw blood at any cost. Believe it or not, this brave soul was Hwayeon, who just minutes ago had been shaking in a corner, now executing a wildly dangerous move. Incredibly, his bravery paid off. As the towering beast crashed down, Hwayeon yelled out that the orc's lower body was its weak point. Hwayeon listened closely, immediately preparing to strike. They stared directly at him with their mouths wide open, utterly shocked by this mysterious kid. Throwing them off balance was the key to neutralizing them, Hwayeon explained. Only then could they be neutralized, leaving Hwayeon completely baffled. How did the boy change so fast? Less than an hour ago, he was cowering helplessly in a corner over a tiny goblin. But now everything changed. Hwayeon easily defeated the massive orc. He seemed to know absolutely everything about the monster's weaknesses, using it to his complete advantage. His reckless charge at the monster was not clumsy at all. Instead, every single movement showed supreme confidence. The elite Special Forces squad stared blankly at the kid. He effortlessly beheaded a giant beast that had literally left grown men shaking in sheer terror. No time to analyze, since another wave of orcs was already drawing near. Bone noticed first. He immediately turned to face the incoming monsters. He stared straight at the enemies, his mind instantly spinning as he formulated a clever combat plan. Hwayeon felt incredibly confused. He absolutely hated losing control like this. Suddenly, the little boy fearlessly charged straight ahead, completely ignoring the extreme danger around him. He held a brand new wrench tightly in his small hands. His terrified father fell to his knees behind him, crying out for him to stop immediately. Just hours ago, he was a regular kid pleading his dad for a toy. Now he was forced to fight a terrifying monster, throwing himself into the battle with absolute madness. He fought so fiercely, it looked like he had slain beasts for years. But this kid was not the only civilian who had suddenly developed insanely overpowered combat skills. The quiet store employee was suddenly fighting like a seasoned warrior. She usually seemed like a very gentle lady, but now she confidently swung a heavy chain. Lashing out at the beasts, she struck them with absolute precision. It was totally absurd, especially since earlier she could barely even cut simple bubble wrap. Orcs fell left and right as she slaughtered them without emotion. Seriously, how does someone go from retail worker to slayer overnight? These massive contrasts made absolutely zero sense, and Kim Bone was the exact same way. He was begging for salvation earlier, but now he confidently wielded an axe. Swinging the massive weapon with absolute ease, it honestly looked like he was born with legendary combat skills. It was impossible to explain how a spoiled child could fight so desperately. And that fragile, kind saleswoman was now a ruthless killer. She used to speak in a soft tone, but now she decimated monsters with zero hesitation. Hwayeon was not the only one completely baffled by the situation. The elite Special Forces commander and his entire tactical squad were completely stunned and confused. They held their fire, terrified they might accidentally shoot a civilian. Terrified victims felt a sudden spark of hope when they saw the monsters being pushed back. Yet their real saviors were ordinary city folks they saw daily, not the heavily armed military. Hwayeon struggled to understand the massive difference between these two completely opposite groups. Why did some become instant legends while others still needed saving? He was incredibly curious about what exact catalyst had triggered these sudden and massive changes. To find answers, he focused directly on his blue system interface. Staring at the glowing screen, a sudden flashing warning appeared before his eyes. It stated there was no tutorial, but players could ask 3 questions. Hwayeon once served in a brutal mercenary squad, earning a distinct nickname the day he joined. It happened during a campaign, the most ruthless campaign his mercenary group had ever faced. They called him fearless. He pushed forward, completely ignoring whatever unknown dangers lay ahead. His foreign comrades gave Hwayeon that title because he always kept his cool. That cold demeanor saved him. It was how he survived those chaotic, blood-soaked battlefields. Suddenly, a fresh system announcement pinged, bringing some major news. Selected players were granted a special right. They could finally ask their questions. Hwayeon was completely done. Trying to make sense of this situation was pointless. He was not amused, yet he had no doubts about its reality. He had already witnessed too many impossible, surreal things to ignore them. So he asked his very first question, what exactly was going on? The system replied that this was the end, designed to test humanity like a game. Mechanical female voice spoke from the screen, sounding deeply grating and annoying. He also received a ping, announcing that his status window was now active. Naturally, he immediately wondered what kind of information this screen would reveal. It turned out he could easily monitor his level, active skills, and achievements. Things were getting pretty wild, with video game mechanics suddenly altering real life. The system confirmed that this status screen was absolute proof Hwayeon was a player. Now watch, here's where everything quietly tips over. He quickly learned that mysterious gates had opened globally, connecting to monster-filled dungeons. The moment video games were mentioned, he instantly understood what was happening. So he immediately decided to ask a much more critical, pressing question. He desperately wanted to know why certain people had suddenly changed so much. However, the system claimed it did not know, offering no real explanation either way. Perhaps they were natural-born players, but that meant absolutely nothing to Hwayeon. Suddenly the glowing screen flashed red, an error message appeared. This left him completely baffled, wondering how to get things back to normal. Then a new notification stated Hwayeon was the only player who had not regressed. Because of this anomaly, the system promised him a special skill to balance things. He had absolutely no idea what being the sole non-regressor actually implied. Was it supposed to be an advantage? He had no clue either way. Of course, he knew the word regression perfectly well, returning to the past. It was a concept he could never forget. He had screamed it so often. Back on those hellish battlefields, he had begged for a restart countless times. Slowly, all these bizarre puzzle pieces were starting to make perfect sense. It explained why normal people suddenly began dealing with massive orcs so easily. All those absurd system claims turned out to be true, which was pretty jarring. Naturally, this shocking new discovery left him feeling incredibly confused about everything. He still had to figure out why everyone else had regressed except him. Once those heavy thoughts finally settled in his mind, he made his decision. He prepared to ask one more question, and the system window immediately responded. It immediately initiated a search for a special skill when an old lady jumped up. She rushed straight toward him, telling him he must go help the others right away. The status window kept running in the background, hunting for his special power. But right now there was no time to wait, as chaos erupted all around them. He fought those goblins simply because he was good at it. Turning around, the young man tells her that she could not even make a sound when the monster approached, so she needed to sit quietly. Has she regressed? He asks, but she just blinking in confusion, completely lost by this. From this reaction, the young man realizes something else, besides the monsters. Those system messages are only meant for his eyes to see. It turns out only the people chosen as active players have actually regressed. Proving they really came from the future, the players easily tear through the orcs. By targeting their exact weak points, Hwayeon is the only one left in the dark. Just then Bowen approaches and claims he is a player because of him. Desperate to meet Hwayeon, he has been searching everywhere. Hunting through every single dungeon in Korea, Hwayeon listens closely to this crazy story. If he had not handed a chainsaw to that coward, he never would have awakened as a player, remaining a complete loser for the rest of his life. So the sole reason Bowen actually made it as a player was because Hwayeon was his ultimate role model. He knows him too well. Bowing, the former coward explains that everyone back home knows Hwayeon because he cleared the very last dungeon. As he tries to piece it all together, he runs into tons of unfamiliar terms. Before long, other players walk up, very eager to talk. They say it is an absolute honor to meet the legend they fought alongside back then. He quickly realizes these are the very players who faced the orcs first. Except they have all regressed now, while he has not. They bombard him with endless questions about that final dungeon, but he is clueless. He just stands there, staring at his glowing blue screen, waiting. The search for his unique skill finally completes itself now. He gets a skill called the butterfly effect, giving him massive bonus points. For actions altering the timeline, suddenly his eyes widen in disbelief. Every single update makes it harder for him to process this bizarre new reality. But he knows exactly what the butterfly effect really is. A tiny flap of a wing here can unleash a massive tornado across the globe. The thought that his smallest choices could completely reshape the future is wild. It feels like an overwhelming weight, sparking cold fear. Just then, a deafening noise erupts from somewhere behind them. This instantly grabs every single player's attention. Forcing them to whip around, a monstrous roar echoes, getting louder by the second. And they see massive orcs pouring out of a rift, heading straight for them. Instantly, the players charge forward, weapons drawn. While Hwayeon just stands there, watching the chaos unfold in complete shock. Snapping out of it, he raises his rifle and starts firing at the targets. But the wave is endless, with more and more orcs flooding in. Once someone becomes a player, things get a lot more interesting. You can actually see the level and name floating right above the monster's head. That extra info is handy, but it does not make defeating them any easier. And right now, some seriously terrifying beasts are clawing out of that rift. Their eyes are burning with a thirst for blood, and bullets only leave minor singes. On their hides, no firearm can penetrate the tough skin of these orcs. The only reason guns work is because they're wielded by powerful regressors. These seasoned players know exactly where the beasts are vulnerable, so they aim right at the joints, the only weak spots on those massive bodies. But Hwayeon doesn't even try for the joints, since his gun caliber is way too small. For such giants, even if his bullets did pierce a joint, the damage wouldn't be enough to kill the monster or even bring it down. Regression is a cheat-level ability, but Hwayeon completely missed out on that cheat. He missed out on regression. All he can do now is improvise and think on his feet as fast as possible. During the chaos, he slips into a trading hall. That's completely deserted. There are no orcs or players left in sight. Only human weapons scattered across the blood-stained floor, picking up a heavy battle axe. Hwayeon figures this will do way more damage than his pistol. The moment his hands grip the handle, a system message flashes, declaring his skill activated. Wait, he just changed the future. That's insane. His mind starts racing with questions about how exactly his action altered destiny. While grabbing various random items to use as potential weapons, Hwayeon tries to make sense of this bizarre, game-like system alert. The only clear part is that he just received one bonus point. Suddenly, a shadow lunges. An orc attacks from behind at terrifying speed. Every survival instinct in his head starts screaming in pure panic. Spinning around instantly, he hurls the heavy axe with everything he's got. Targeting the weak point of the beast, the blade bites deep into the joint. Just below the knee, it worked. The monster is completely shut down. A second passes, crash. The massive beast hits the floor face first. Before it can recover, Hwayeon rushes in, grabs the handle, and hacks away. As the monster screams in agony, Hwayeon realizes he actually enjoys completing these tasks. It feels like a high-stakes quest, and honestly, the thrill is addictive. One major downside is the smell. That orc blood is absolutely toxic. It's putrid. Hwayeon seriously wishes he could just turn off his nose. With a grim smile, Hwayeon asks Bone if he's ever swung an axe like that before. The kid casually replies that he's mostly used chainsaws. That explains a lot. Now the pieces are falling into place for Hwayeon. Changing the future just means doing things differently from what happened in the original timeline. Bone mentions that in the past life, Hwayeon actually took down 3 orcs, all on his own, making Hwayeon wonder how that was even possible. The formerly timid boy thinks for a second, then points towards some nearby shelves. He points to a chemical solvent on the shelves that can dilute hardened paint. It also happens to be highly flammable. A dark, clever plan suddenly starts forming in his head. He can get pretty creative with this. Approaching the shelves, he realizes he can use the chemicals to roast these beasts alive. That must have been his trick in the past. Grabbing a can, Hwayeon wonders if he should stick to the old script or find a brand new way to use this deadly fuel for his next trap. He got another alert. His actions had successfully shifted the future. It was the butterfly effect. He quickly shared his plan with his exhausted allies. They agreed everyone would do exactly what Hwayeon wanted. First, they would cripple the orcs by slicing their leg tendons. Once they fell, our hero would drench the beasts in flammable solvent. Then it was simple, just pull out a lighter and set them ablaze. They would burn easily. His prep work made sure of that. With the plan locked, the system notifications began flashing in his eyes again. The butterfly effect had triggered. The future was actively warping right now. Still, he could only guess if he was actually moving in the right direction. But every time he changed his actions, bonus points flooded his account. This reward system convinced him that defying his original timeline was correct. Why exactly the system gave out these points remained a mystery, though. Suddenly, he unlocked the Brave Newbie achievement for clearing the hunt without points. That was nice, but a completely different reward caught his eye. The most incredible prize was waiting for him right here. He unlocked the armor skill, designed to strengthen and protect his body. Instantly, a massive wave of magical energy erupted around him. A swirling greenish haze wrapped around his skin, sinking deep inside. The strange green haze filled him. Unbelievable power surged through his veins, granting him immense physical strength. Hwayeon examined his body, completely stunned by this sudden transformation. And honestly, to anyone watching from the outside, he just looked like a total lunatic. But the other regressors knew the truth, watching our hero with bitter envy. They desperately wanted that powerful defense skill for themselves. They couldn't fathom how he managed to unlock such a rare ability. Noticing their hostile glares, Hwayeon calmly asked if they had a problem. Their faces were flushed red with sheer frustration and anger. One girl spat back, "Of course it's a problem, you just surpassed everyone in Korea." Another guy ground his teeth, cursing the fact that he missed his own shot. He couldn't believe he had missed his chance to claim this legendary technique. Hearing their outrage, Hwayeon realized his new ability was incredibly valuable. He had mastered it in his past life, pushing it to its absolute limits. This confirmed that the timeline only shifted when he made completely different choices. Merely regaining his old abilities wouldn't trigger any butterfly effect. Piece by piece, the rules of this new world were finally making sense. Now he could move. Meanwhile, Bowen kept a very close eye on him. Was it genuine respect for the man who saved him, or did he have a hidden agenda? Ignoring the stares, Hwayeon stepped closer to the shimmering rift. The others watched in confusion, completely baffled by his behavior. But he simply stared into the glowing portal, reading the hidden system interface. A blue holographic prompt revealed that this was the entrance to a dangerous dungeon. It was a brutal nest packed with savage orcs and goblins. Reading the details, our hero realized this game had a darker purpose. It was designed for one thing only: the complete extinction of humanity. Every gate holds a set number of beasts, and once the timer runs out, they will pour out to destroy everything in sight. Hwayeon had already figured out that 10 goblins spawn every 10 minutes, charging out. From the gates that linked this place directly to Earth, there was only one method to shut down the gates: slaughtering every single beast immediately. The system info made it clear exactly how many beasts were inside, and specified the maximum number of players allowed to enter the area. Plus, higher difficulty meant much better skill drops and rare loot. This particular zone was pretty common, but Hwayeon had his own reasons to go. He wanted to test his limits, adapt, and practice using his defensive armor. Since he lacked crucial inside information, the young man desperately needed absolute strength. Ultimately, he knew he had to secure raw, undeniable power. To get it, he had to push hard, beyond just physical training. The heavy armor granted 15 bonus points, a nice gift from the butterfly effect. Hwayeon decided his best move was pouring every point into raw strength. To secure an edge down the line, approaching the portal, Hwayeon remembered his past victories over massive goblin hordes, along with key orc weaknesses. Still, he had to stay alert for fresh threats, watching him closely. Bone wondered if Hwayeon had secured some secret treasure here before. Everyone wanted to see what would happen next, so they followed him inside and stepped into the orc domain. A cold, bizarre sensation washed over them. It felt like their normal reality, but something deep down felt deeply wrong. Every instinct screamed danger. Looking around, they failed to spot the trap that was waiting right around the corner. Trust me, things get crazy fast here. Even with their guard up, they completely missed the goblins leaping from the shadows. The ambush was incredibly swift and sudden, leaving Hwayeon with zero time to brace himself. The ugly, vicious beast sank its sharp teeth straight into his bare arm to rip the flesh, but moments later, the monster realized it could not tear even a single shred. The human arm was completely solid, like hard steel. Hwayeon stared down at the beast, curious to see its reaction once his active armor skill kicked in. Then he moved, reaching out a hand to grab the parasite and fling it off his body, but a different, darker idea struck him, and he squeezed the creature's head so hard it shrieked in agony. The young player possessed more than enough raw, terrifying power to completely pop the goblin's skull. Right after, a glowing system alert appeared, confirming that Hwayeon's level had just spiked upward. Less than 5 minutes had ticked by since his awakening, yet his strength already reached 16 points, standing there drenched in the monster's blood. In checking his stats, the girl watched him, trembling with absolute fear. She stammered out that this was impossible. The guy nearby was also in utter disbelief that Hwayeon had crushed a skull barehanded. Only Bone stepped forward, asking in genuine awe how he managed it. Bone noted that this armor technique must be incredibly rare and powerful, likely the key factor that would make Hwayeon the strongest of all. Korean players from his past life, it seemed true, but Hwayeon still couldn't figure out what this guy was really planning, or why he was targeting him in the first place. Yet once Hwayeon walked a decent distance away, Bone quietly muttered that he would steal the very skill that made Infamous, honestly, who could have guessed that the quiet bone would suddenly launch an attack, and not with a cheap, cowardly backstab like this, but the chainsaw could not pierce Hwayeon's body because he instantly came to his senses, reacted fast, and activated his armor. It's crazy what some guys will do to get ahead, and despite the fact that his opponent's body was hard as stone, Bone stubbornly kept trying to pierce it. Laughing, Hwayeon remarked that even without his regression, trying to fight him was a horrible mistake. Now it was his turn to strike, and there would be absolutely no mercy. He grabbed the spinning blade with his bare hand, sending sparks flying everywhere. Yet his hand remained completely untouched, so Hwayeon slowly pushed the tool away. It was crazy that his physical body was capable of such immense, inexplicable strength. Once he finally ripped the weapon right out of Bone's grip, the guy shrieked in terror because, until that exact second, he never believed this was possible. Then Hwayeon's hand clamped hard around the throat of the arrogant bastard who thought he could sneak attack him like a cheap rat, but surprisingly this young guy had actually managed to reach level 3. Gasping for air, he demanded to know how someone a lower level could overpower him. But instead of an answer, he heard a cold warning: greed only leads to destruction. That hard truth was carved into him on the battlefield with a scar to prove it. Now Hwayeon realized that since these players regressed to the shop right at the moment he awakened, they thought they could never master the powerful skills from his past life, but now it was painfully obvious that they stood zero chance. Naturally, they grew extremely wary of the man they once called a hero, desperately wanting him to stay far away from them, even though they were just begging to stand beside him. Turning his full attention back to Bone, Hwayeon squeezed the man's throat harder, his eyes blazing with absolute fury. Rage because he had once literally dragged this pathetic man out of the gutter. Now he deeply regretted it. Cultivating his own rules, he made the final choice and freed the world from a greedy snake who put himself above everything else. He even felt a bit sad watching the lifeless body hit the cold concrete floor, since Bone was a decent fighter who could have been pretty useful down the road, but life had taught him that if you spare your enemies, you only get betrayed. Endless battles had taught him to be ruthless when necessary. Letting an assassin live only meant another knife at your back to finish the job later. Kindness is worthless, and only absolute strength and raw determination can keep you alive in a war zone. Turning back to the other two players, Hwayeon declared that now that the game had begun, the law no longer existed. He knew better than to ever let cheap emotions get in the way of his actions, of dealing with an enemy who had threatened his life even once. So he advised the survivors to get lost if they wanted to live. This game was incredibly brutal. An inventory screen suddenly materialized right above the corpse, allowing the remaining players to loot the dead man's gear. But the worst part was, people's hearts had grown so unbelievably cold from all this cruelty that they found it incredibly convenient. Searching Bowen's inventory, he finds it: the Goblin Champion's necklace, boosting his stats. He grabs it immediately, putting it on. Instantly, a system alert pops up: he just changed the future. Before this, Bowen had not acted foolishly and was never killed by Hwayeon. But the stolen necklace gives him a serious boost of extra stat points. It is a level 2 upgrade. Nearby, a player sits by Bowen's body. He asks why Hwayeon would put on such an ugly necklace. No time for stupid questions. A giant orc is charging directly at them. The beast roars, biting down hard right on the chainsaw blade. Hwayeon does not need some complex strategy here. He simply raises his weapon, delivering a swift, fatal strike. With the beast dead, he notices he does not feel any different. He cannot quite tell if the necklace is actually giving him a boost. Soon, the long-awaited alert arrives. Every monster is finally dead. This entire pocket dimension is going to collapse in just 3 minutes. Remember, the only way to destroy a gate is to kill every monster inside. Once the monsters fall, the dimensional rift seals up and vanishes. Not even seasoned regressors know what happens to those left behind. Anyone who fails to escape before the gate disappears is gone forever. Absolutely no one left inside after a collapse has ever made it back. Honestly, these dungeons seem practically designed to cover up murders. There is absolutely no way to know if someone died to monsters or teammates. Near the exit portal, a young boy is waiting, trembling as he looks around. He stares nervously at Hwayeon, then glances down at the fresh corpse. Yep, this is the same kid who threw a fit over a wrench earlier. The kid quietly begs to tag along with Hwayeon. But Hwayeon is completely against the idea. Babysitting is not on his agenda. He needs to focus purely on the hunt. He tells the kid to forget it. Right then, his system stats blink open. He is absolutely thrilled to see his strength and agility take a massive leap. Behind the glowing screen, the dejected boy stands his ground. He clearly has no intention of walking away, but check his stats. Thanks to the necklace, Hwayeon's strength hits 28, surpassing a level 9 player. Getting thoroughly annoyed by the kid, Hwayeon yells at him to back off. He orders him to stop begging, even with tears rolling down his cheeks. The boy reminds him that they have traveled 10 years into the past. In his original life, he would already be a 20-year-old man by now. Yet even after all that time, his life stayed exactly the same. This time around, he is determined to finally become a real, respected hero. He wants to serve as Hwayeon's reliable sidekick, which actually makes the hunter smile. The kid's name is Kim Minjun, and he has definitely caught Hwayeon's interest. He is a fellow regressor, holding valuable knowledge of the next 10 years. Now, this kid is ready to use that future knowledge to survive. He saw a real shot at changing his miserable life for the better. Tagging along as the best friend of Korea's rising hero seemed highly promising. Hwayeon agreed to bring Minjun along, but he kept his guard up. He knew the kid might eventually grow tired of playing a mere assistant. First, Hwayeon needed to test him and see how useful the boy could be. So he ordered Minjun to dig up info on 10 specific future players. Specifically, those who would cross paths with him later. He needed their names, faces, and levels, and issued a chilling warning. Play stupid games and you die. With that, Hwayeon sent him off. They swapped phone numbers so Minjun could call the moment he finished. The kid was so thrilled by this trust that he practically ran off smiling. He eagerly set off. Watching him go, Hwayeon smiled, thinking to himself that this kid might actually make an interesting companion. Meanwhile, 3 days passed. Since players all over the globe had regressed, initially everyone tried hiding it. Nobody wanted to admit they had returned to the past. The reasons were simple. For one, telling the truth would make them look completely insane to normal folks. Plus, these time travelers wanted to live entirely different lives this time. Sharing precious future info with potential rivals was out of the question. Every single one of them viewed this regression as their golden ticket. They fancied themselves as the chosen main characters of some epic fantasy book. But here is the catch: since everyone regressed, nobody was actually special. Pretty soon, the mainstream media was absolutely flooded with crazy rumors. Reports about this mysterious game popped up everywhere, especially on the internet. Wild stories spread about active military units getting trapped in game dungeons. Stock markets crashed into absolute chaos. News networks desperately warned the public to watch out for fake prophets and scammers selling future secrets. Meanwhile, Hwayeon sat quietly in his apartment, planning his next move. He weighed the valuable knowledge he possessed against the gear he still lacked. On the television, an anchor reported that a massive, world-altering cataclysm had occurred. To discuss the sudden surge of players, they brought in a special guest. It was the director of the Asia-Pacific Players Association himself. Asked to explain why so many people were suddenly awakening as players, the director assured the public that these heroes would protect everyone from monsters. He claimed humanity could still live normal lives under their strong protection. So there was absolutely nothing to worry about except for those pesky information scammers. But the real mystery lay elsewhere, and Hwayeon knew it. He wondered what truly went down inside that final, fateful dungeon. On screen, the director explained how the massive regression actually kicked off. It started 3 hours after 21 elite players entered the dark abyss. The anchor suggested that clearing it might have ended the entire game system. They promised to unpack what actually happened there right after the break. Watching this, Hwayeon wondered if he could become Korea's ultimate strongest player. As he listened, the puzzle pieces finally began falling into place. He now understood why those guys at the hardware store used that nickname, calling him a hero just because he taped up some simple windows. It instantly triggered a notification about a change in the future. Apparently back then, he had never even thought to winterize his windows. He got extra points for basically everything now, even just sitting around. Chugging water or lounging on the couch worked. In his past life, he had never actually made it back home, so how did he manage to survive? and become Korea's absolute strongest player in that final dungeon. It was more than curiosity, it was pure, tense anticipation. He learned early on that the weak always bow to the strong. That brutal truth drove him to hunt for absolute power at any cost. Back then, money was his strength, so he sold his soul to war. Fighting endless battles, yet, even in a world devoid of morality, he somehow became a better man. Now, a fresh chance lay before him. Suddenly, loud shouting from the television screen cut right through his thoughts. It was a live broadcast. The reporter on screen gestured wildly toward 3 massive stone statues, calling them the legendary incarnations of players. Lee Hwayeon, Park Musun, and Choi Chulsun. Choi Chulsun froze in disbelief. Talk about a mind-bending moment. He never expected to see his own monument. And there it was, being unveiled on national television for everyone to see. Staring at his stone doppelganger, he struggled to process what was happening. They built these just 3 days after every player experienced the regression. Apparently, his past self was way more legendary than he even realized. Back when he was a high-priced mercenary, he was just disposable muscle. Now, people were literally treating him like some kind of god. The reporter claimed these 3 must know what happened inside that final zone. But he was dead wrong. According to the news report, all 3 heroes had completely vanished, leaving some to guess they went into hiding. Or maybe they were just keeping a low profile on purpose. After all, returning to the past meant only they knew the locations. Those incredibly rare, high-tier skills and items. Meanwhile, the news anchor mentioned a rumor about a new decree from the Players Association. The guest confirmed it, explaining that those who reached the final dungeon in their past lives would receive a full pardon for any crimes. That shook the host, who immediately questioned if such a drastic law was truly necessary. The guest argued that local laws still applied to players operating within their own national borders. But Choi Chulsun never got to hear the actual details of that law. Because he was so sick of the endless media chatter, he just muted the television. Still, he walked away with 2 key facts. First, everyone was hunting him, and second, he now had a legal pass to fight. Pulling a dark mask and hood over his face, he headed out to survey the streets. He had never set foot in Gwanghwamun Square before. Walking there meant altering history, and the system prompt immediately confirmed it. Alert after alert flashed with every single stride, watching those stats rise. Felt amazing. Thanks to his boosted agility, he dashed through the dark streets. Like a sleek, dangerous predator, normal human limits simply did not apply to him. The young man was racking up points at a speed completely unlike the other players. He leaped across the rooftops with a grace that made him look like a parkour pro. He moved with effortless precision, despite never having trained for this kind of movement before. Scaling towering buildings was now effortless, a mere casual hop. Drops back down easily. Honestly, Hwayeon felt like a straight-up movie superhero. His newly awakened abilities felt exactly like those overpowered main characters on screen. Feeling this insane power surge through him made his eyes gleam with excitement. He was eager to see where this journey would lead, standing unnoticed among the crowd. The young man studied 3 grand statues, realizing one was modeled exactly after him. Staring at his stone self, completely surreal. He also noticed the inscription carved beneath it, the shadow of death. Hard to believe, just days ago, he was a total nobody. Now his monument stood tall in a massive plaza, surrounded by eager tourists. Folks were even taking photos with it, if this dungeon entrance was already this famous. Hwayeon knew it was only a matter of time before he got recognized. Drawing unnecessary attention was the last thing he wanted right now. His main focus was digging up clues about his forgotten past. The return players would definitely demand answers from him, assuming he knew everything. They had no clue his memory was gone, nor did they know about his new power. He now wielded an ability that never existed in their previous timelines. Either way, Hwayeon was a prime target, driven by pure greed. He had already dealt with one of them, and it was not a pleasant encounter. Looking around, he noticed several heavily armed players lingering in the plaza. They were probably flaunting their gear to soak up some cheap fame and hero status. But he knew that if he dared to take off his mask right here, the entire square would instantly descend into a chaotic, violent bloodbath. Everyone wanting answers, but Hwayeon, he did not care. His real interest lay in the figures represented by those grand statues. Common players knew nothing. but the heroes who once fought by his side might. He approached the first warrior's monument and read the dramatic plaque at the base. It claimed they had ventured into this hell to save humanity. The second pedestal bore an inscription about ending this deadly game once and for all. Yet beneath his own monument, there were no heroic declarations or empty promises. There was only that single, chilling title, The Shadow of Death. That dark title said it all. It was terrifying, and he absolutely loved it. It felt heavy, significant, but then the unexpected happened. A stranger stepped up and shattered the head right off his stone statue. This newcomer had crimson, glowing eyes and a deeply unsettling grin on his face. He marched over and stopped directly in front of Hwayeon, as if knowing his true identity. He froze, summoning his blue interface. He pocketed his weapon. Hwayeon kept his eyes locked on the guy, scanning for any sudden moves. Reading this strange newcomer was proving to be an absolute nightmare. Curiously, our hero's eyes were also glowing with that same deep shade. They mirrored the crimson glare of the man, staring directly back at him. The two stood locked in a tense standoff beside the ruined monument, perfectly still. He waited for his opponent to make a move, but the mysterious stranger suddenly jumped up. Bolted, his rapid movements and sheer speed were eerily reminiscent of how Hwayeon moved. When he first realized what he was capable of, with Hwayeon's agility now over 50 points, controlling this crazy speed was no easy task, but he still chased after. The fleeing vandal, the absolute disrespect of destroying his statue, simply could not go unpunished. Dashing away from the main square, the chase quickly spilled into the narrow courtyards, where maneuvering was a lot tougher. Even so, Hwayeon easily closed the gap, snatching the fleeing target right by his neck and dragging him backward. As the vandal finally stopped struggling, our hero asked if they had ever crossed paths in some past life. The captive's breathing immediately quickened, which proved that Hwayeon had hit the nail on the head. Suddenly, his eyes flashed slyly as he questioned why the man was moving so incredibly fast. Right then, the stranger summoned a blue system screen, clearly trying to pull a weapon straight from his inventory. But our hero was far too sharp and shut down the attempt instantly. Next, his own hand plunged into the system space and snatched the stranger's weapon instead. Thinking it would make a nice addition to his stash, armed and confident, he boldly demanded to know who the runner worked for, knowing he must belong to some powerful guild. Obtaining such incredibly rare weapons as a lone wolf was basically impossible. Hwayeon calmly asked the guy if he had watched the interview with the director of the World Players Association. When the hostage nodded, Hwayeon pressed on with a deadly question, asking if he remembered the broadcast while tightening his grip even further around the terrified guy's throat. He calmly warned him that he only had 10 seconds to answer every single question. First on the list, who exactly was he and who sent him? The trembling captive stammered out that his name was Kim Chang, representing the General Guild. After taking a few heavy blows, he completely broke, confessing that Lee Hwayeon was leading a massive joint operation to strip our protagonist of every single unique skill and item in his possession. Then Hwayeon reportedly asked what their immediate first step was going to be. The captive replied in a shaky voice that they planned to strike in 3 days, by gathering right at the entrance of the werewolf dungeon. According to his intel, that was where Hwayeon originally obtained the rare stealth skill. During a past run, the trapped vandal was completely baffled as to why Hwayeon was asking things he surely knew, completely unaware of the guild sources. Furthermore, our protagonist wanted to know exactly how they planned to pull off the skill theft, only to learn that 100 fully armed players would be waiting inside, going up against 100 regressed players completely alone. Was definitely going to be an uphill battle. But before the day could end, Kim Minsu suddenly arrived on the scene. He claimed the captured vandal was lying, but Hwayeon insisted on hearing the guy out before making any decisions. Minsu strongly believed those low-level rookies from the common guild wanted to steal Hwayeon's secret method. Smiling, the young man realized one of these two was undeniably spinning a lie. Now, he just had to figure out who it actually was by listening to both stories and carefully comparing the details. Kim Chang desperately insisted the entire ambush was scheduled for tomorrow instead, since that was when the werewolf's dungeon would officially open, violently lunging at Minsu while accusing each other of being the liar. The shouting and endless chatter gradually became flat-out swearing. The childish circus deeply annoyed Hwayeon, who decided to end The drama with a simple wave of his hand, lifting both guys right off the ground. Our hero demanded they prove their claims, promising to listen to both before making a final decision. The younger boy acted first. He was eager to prove his worth. He pulled a phone out of his pocket, handing it over to show Hwayeon the gathered information. The screen displayed a message wondering if the hero would show up at the legendary dungeon on January 7th, which was literally tomorrow. Minsu explained that this dangerous werewolf dungeon appeared during the game's earliest days, making it incredibly difficult for beginners to kill monsters far faster than normal goblins. Their lightning-fast attacks left average players helpless. On top of that, these beasts hunted in packs, rendering them completely unbeatable. This made the dungeon famous. Monsters rampaged. They tore through nearby human cities with absolute brutality. Back when the game first launched, these mysterious gates drew massive public attention. The absolute absurdity of the situation shocked everyone, but soon the novelty faded. Fear became daily routine. Whenever new gates appeared, police quickly secured the area. Officers blocked off streets to keep clueless civilians away from the danger zone. Normal life resumed once awakened players stepped up and adapted to the madness. But wait, those werewolf gates were on an entirely different level of terror. Savage beasts poured out. They ruthlessly slaughtered helpless border towns. Since nobody was prepared for such carnage, the terrified public prayed for a savior. They desperately needed some legendary hero to step up and conquer the zone. According to Minsu, Hwayeon was that hero. Turning, Hwayeon stared at Kim Changbi. He coldly demanded to know if the kid was telling the absolute truth. Changbi panicked, totally speechless. Seeing his obvious guilt, Hwayeon asked one final question. He demanded to know exactly who had ordered him to destroy his statue. Determined to keep his boss's identity a secret, the desperate boy made a fatal choice. He reached into his inventory, pulling out a weapon no one expected. With a single rapid slash of the blade, Changbi took his own life. Hwayeon backed away, muttering that this guy definitely did not die in the past. Turning his cold gaze toward Minsu, he demanded more details about the dungeon. The puzzled kid asked why Hwayeon wanted info he already knew best. Staring seriously at the child, the protagonist dropped a massive truth bomb. He calmly told the kid that he was the only one who had not regressed. Interrogation over, the young boy stood there, utterly dazed and confused. Unable to believe it, Minsu cleared his throat and mentioned the dungeon level. He explained it was a level 5 zone, asking what level Hwayeon currently was. Since anyone below that tier cannot enter, this requirement deeply troubled our protagonist. He could not even begin to imagine reaching level 5 so quickly. Grinding for higher levels had never been his goal, meaning absolutely nothing to him. His current abilities were already top tier, heavily boosted by his rare achievements. Calculating his combat points using the standard system revealed some shocking math. His raw power actually rivaled that of an 80th level elite player. However, Minsu remained highly skeptical, believing things were far more dangerous. He felt hunting the wolves at their current strength was purely suicidal. The other players wouldn't just stand by and watch, there was no doubt about that. His low level was going to be a massive obstacle. He absolutely had to find a way to power level as fast as humanly possible. Minsu reported that only the gates for the orcs and goblins were open. This caught Hwayeon's attention, even though the boy thought those standard monsters were way below a player of his tier. Then Hwayeon said something completely unpredictable. He insisted they shouldn't pass up a chance to meet such cute creatures, plus he possessed armor that actively boosted and fortified his physical body, with its durability scaling directly with his strength stat. He started wondering if anyone from his past life had ever managed to pierce this armor because it honestly seemed impossible, but his companion couldn't answer that. They barely ran together in their previous lives. Minsu only knew that his fearsome title of Shadow of Death was earned entirely because of that armor. The moment they stepped through the gate, the waiting orcs and goblins instantly went on high alert. Sensing fresh meat, they rushed forward. By boosting his strength, Hwayeon didn't just multiply his muscle power, he also hardened the armor itself. He had absolutely zero fear. Ready to roll, he threw himself straight at the swarm of small green beasts looking to make him their dinner. Every strike triggered system alerts, showing he was successfully altering the future. The guy realized his raw speed and power were so overwhelming that these monsters stood absolutely no chance. he recently read online about. Something called a skill stone, which grants a new ability when swallowed. Minsu stared at him in shock. Even ordinary, everyday people knew about those stones. This made the kid completely certain of one thing. His boss hadn't actually regressed with them, but for a non-regressor. Hwayeon was insanely overpowered. It made him look like a total liar. Minsu was so deep in his own head that only Hwayeon's loud shout snapped him back to reality. The kid explained that a skill stone was physically a stone that it sounded like a physical gem-carrying power found near a monster's heart. Its glowing color revealed the exact tier of the skill trapped inside. White meant common, purple was rare, yellow was unique, and red stood for legendary. Word on the street was that a stealth skill dropped in the werewolf dungeons and that stone glowed purple, but Hwayeon was far more curious about what these skill tiers actually meant. Minsu explained how the tiers dictate how many copies of a skill can exist in the world. Unique and legendary skills, however, were unbelievably rare. For instance, multiple copies of that stealth stone existed. So even if he snagged one, someone else out there could have the exact same cheat code. It was pretty easy to guess that only one stone existed for the highest tiers. Minsu quickly confirmed his suspicion. Now Hwayeon wanted to know how those top-tier skills actually worked. What kind of insane powers did they grant? But the kid just stood there, completely unable to answer him at all. It was obvious he knew absolutely nothing about them, while Minsu struggled too. Reading through the system prompt, Hwayeon examined the details of his unique skill. The butterfly effect was too complex, and he realized this kid had no real answers. Forget it, Hwayeon told him, and they quickly moved on. Their next major obstacle was figuring out how to reach the 5th level in record time. With that problem solved, Minjun asked about their next move. He explained that he would handle most of the heavy lifting all on his own. He ordered the kid to blend into the massive crowd and secretly spy on them. Report back instantly if anything interesting happens. Minjun took the mission very seriously. His eyes literally lit up with pride. He was determined to prove his worth and do absolutely everything in his power. Watching the kid, Hwayeon could feel the absolute loyalty and total devotion radiating from him. Hundreds of hunters were now crowding around the central square. This was exactly where the rare gate to the werewolf dungeon was scheduled to spawn. It turns out John Bay actually told the truth. Now watch him make his move. He had to secure his spot and slip inside the portal the second it materialized. Only 5 players could enter. Time was running out. If he failed, those greedy players would clear the bosses and leave him with absolutely nothing. Checking his watch, he saw only 7 minutes remained before absolute chaos erupted. He tuned in carefully, catching faint fragments of conversations echoing through the growing crowd. They were talking about how Hwayeon originally acquired his legendary stealth skill here. Nearby, a loud blonde man screamed that today their guild would finally rise to absolute dominance. They foolishly believed they would easily surpass Hwayeon and write a far greater history than him. The crowd cheered. They were absolutely thrilled by his words. They all believed they could dominate this new reality. They started searching for him, but Hwayeon simply smiled, already knowing they would fail. He had already taken precautions, so he simply stood by, waiting for the gate. Suddenly, the crowd started a dramatic countdown, with only 10 seconds left on the clock. Right on cue, the moment everyone anticipated finally arrived. The massive portal burst open with an explosive, violent shockwave that rattled the entire central square. Instead of backing away in fear, the hunters erupted into wild cheers. They shouted that it was time to carve their names in history, claiming the werewolves were weak. They were regressors, but suddenly, footsteps echoed right behind them. Someone was sprinting past them at absolute full speed, clearly intending to cut the line. They spun around in anger, shocked by this incredibly reckless move. Shocked, they recognized Hwayeon instantly, and everyone immediately braced for a fight. Several leaders scrambled to contact headquarters immediately. Hwayeon knew these fools foolishly believed they were actually his equals. They assumed a mere 5 days of regression leveled the playing field. But they were wrong. His power defied logic. Watching him move like a blur, the other players fell into pure panic. They never expected to witness this level of absolute, logic-defying domination from a newcomer. They tried to block him, but he slipped past them like a ghost. Too late, the entrance slammed shut right after he crossed. A flashing system alert suddenly materialized, announcing that the maximum player limit was officially reached. From a distance, Minsu watched in complete awe of his brilliant strategy. He calculated every move, getting exactly what he wanted, finding themselves left completely alone with Lee Hwayeon. The players slowly realized he was not the one trapped. They were locked in with him, and fear gradually took over. Our hero figured dealing with regressed players was actually pretty convenient, no explanations needed. He could just act. Shaking off their sudden panic, the guys scrambled to prepare for an immediate attack. Their survival and goals depended entirely on it. They immediately opened their inventories to summon their combat weapons. Wielding heavy whips, they charged straight at Hwayeon. It was hard to tell if they wanted to beat him down or tie him up securely, but even the specialized goblin leader whip, which was designed to bind enemies, was completely useless against Hwayeon's heavy armor. Still clueless, they thought they held the upper hand. But they were dead wrong. Watching one of them pull out heavy capture nets, our protagonist instantly saw right through them. They knew they stood zero chance in combat, cowards, so they planned to trap him. Hwayeon just smirked at their desperate struggle. To be fair, the plan was actually pretty clever. They really tried their best to bring him down. Honestly, it was almost comical how the would-be captors ended up completely trapped in their own nets. Karma hits fast, but as he dealt with these jealous players, a pack of hungry, snarling werewolves slowly began to approach. The monsters closed in slowly, their glowing eyes burning with pure malice. It was enough to send chills down your spine. Thick saliva dripped from their massive jaws. Typical beast behavior, he calmly noted. Glancing back, Hwayeon casually asked his prisoners if they wanted to be wolf bait. Terror struck, and they began crying for mercy. We were just following orders, they wailed, making Hwayeon's eyes narrow. He asked who was pulling their strings, but then his interrogation was cut short. The beasts charged, snapping their fangs furiously. Their slow stalk instantly exploded into a dead sprint as they rushed directly at them. Expected, but our protagonist hesitated, momentarily unsure of how fast he needed to make his move. Captured players panicked. They assumed Hwayeon was finished, completely trapped. The wolves had caught him. Now they would watch him get ripped to shreds, and they knew they would be next on the menu. They could not bear to watch the beasts pounce. Greedily, those glowing red eyes locked onto their helpless prey. Right in that moment, though, the pack froze. Their tails twitched nervously as their bodies trembled. Suddenly, a crushing force blasted them. Away they flew through the air, whimpering and bleeding heavily. Hwayeon had finally unleashed his real power. The wolves never guessed. Their prey wore armor too thick for their fangs to pierce, leaving them completely vulnerable to his counterattacks. The players watching this display could only stare in absolute, speech-defying shock. That was the only reason the young man had survived. Suddenly, our hero remembered a vital piece of information that could save him. The wolves had elongated muzzle, just like ordinary dogs. Honestly, wolves and domestic dogs shared so many common traits. If you grab a dog by the snout and force its jaws shut, it submits to your strength. He learned this years ago during a dangerous mission chasing smugglers when a guard dog bit him. The young fighter had kept his cool, pinning the beast down while looking it directly in the eyes. The defeated animal instantly backed down from the fight. Now he wondered, why not test this trick on giant, angry mutant wolves? Since they are basically just bigger, bloodthirsty dogs. Hwayeon channeled raw power directly into his hands, squeezing to crush them completely. It worked perfectly. Hwayeon tore through the monsters with ease, physically shattering their skulls. The tied-up captives stared in absolute shock, unable to believe this level of sheer, impossible power. This made no sense because werewolves have dense bones, unlike weaker monsters. Breaking them should be impossible. The experienced players knew this truth, leaving them utterly terrified of Hwayeon's unnatural, monstrous strength. Within minutes, the beasts lay dead. The shivering captives demanded to know why he spared a few. He calmly replied that closing the gate early would ruin his plans. He had to stay until he obtained his target, specifically a rare skill stone hidden inside one of these creatures. Hwayeon remembered his own guild members were waiting just outside. If the portal collapsed now, they would know he wiped out the monsters and stole the prize. It would hunt him down instantly, so a brilliant yet sinister plan formed in his mind, and he was eager to test it out more. Growling beasts kept rushing forward, but he doubted if slaughtering them all was even necessary. After all, they could serve as useful tools instead. So when a massive claw lunged straight at his face, he did not even flinch. He simply stared back. Talk about nerves of steel. Then the werewolf froze. The beast sensed a strange vibration, and his body suddenly began to blur, dissolving into the air like a mirage. The disoriented beast shook its head in confusion, utterly lost, until a devastating counter strike slammed home, instantly crushing its skull and ending its life right there. Crimson splattered everywhere, but he stayed completely cold. He was only doing. Standing over the corpses, he turned toward his terrified captives and quietly whispered, "You are next." When this game started, rifts ruptured across the sky, unleashing waves of monsters that destroyed human civilization. Everyone knew this was the end. To combat this overwhelming threat, a supernatural system was suddenly introduced. The only way to survive was clearing every single dungeon on Earth. Traditional beliefs crumbled instantly, leaving almost no religious people left in the world. Only a few desperate cultists remained, obsessed with ending this nightmare. Instead, humanity found a new faith, the hunter guilds. They're powerful. Members were praised as the ultimate saviors of mankind, yet it was only a matter of time before these factions turned on each other. Monster drops are highly valuable, serving as crucial energy sources and raw materials for weapons. Plus, dungeon skill stones sell to players for absurd money. Insane money, in other words, owning a dungeon brought massive profits. Beyond cash, clearing these highly destructive gates also earns massive public respect. Guilds essentially became a mix of major business and literal religion. Because of this immense power, Hwayeon absolutely needed to identify the leader of his captives. His cold, threatening tone made any long interrogation completely unnecessary. The terrified prisoners quickly spilled everything when he finally demanded the mastermind's name. Choi Cheol-sun, hearing that name, made the young warrior freeze in shock. He recognized that name instantly because he had seen it carved on a nearby stone statue. It was honestly hard to believe that a highly influential powerhouse sent such weak pawns. This required extremely careful thought, because honestly, everything was about to get crazy. It remained completely unclear why such a powerful figure declared war on Hwayeon. Still, deep strategic planning could wait. He had to focus entirely on the immediate task. So our hero set about wrapping his helpless captives in ropes that were significantly tighter. As they quickly realized his terrifying plan, sheer panic washed over them. They screamed. Hwayeon simply grinned down at his helpless, terrified enemies. He bluntly told his enemies that he did not come here to play silly little games. Besides, these useless guys had already given up their boss. With no value left, Hwayeon wondered why their boss had suddenly targeted him. Especially since the two of them had braved the final dungeon together as close allies. Betrayal by a comrade, he doubted it at first, but reality quickly set in. Human nature was notoriously ugly, and players would do anything for a selfish power boost. It made sense why someone would try to steal another's skills. No time to think. Deadly danger was actively lurking around almost every single corner in here. As soon as a few werewolves died, fresh ones began appearing. And with each passing minute, their terrifying numbers in the dungeon steadily grew. The overall monster count in this dark dungeon was locked forever at exactly 25. So new beasts spawned regularly to replace the ones that died. Seeing these sudden monster spawns, Hwayeon grabbed the heavy net holding all his terrified prisoners. "Forgive me, former friend," he silently offered a fake apology. Ignoring their desperate pleas, Hwayeon threw them right into the path of the rushing monsters. After that, he stepped into the glowing portal with a satisfied smile. He felt extremely proud, knowing he had fully accomplished everything he had set out to do. They froze in absolute, mind-numbing horror as the first of them fell helplessly. Ultimately, these remaining 4 will die, allowing the locked dungeon gates to reset and open again. This reset allows new players to enter, because 5 people must remain inside. Realizing this harsh reality, the survivors decided to fight back. They desperately charged forward to get some quick revenge against Hwayeon for setting them up. But Hwayeon effortlessly caught them in his heavy net, stopping them cold. With them secured, Hwayeon casually asked which werewolf held the legendary stone he needed. The terrified captives quickly pointed toward the beast with white eyebrows. Looking down at them, Hwayeon smiled, genuinely glad they were so cooperative. Their sudden helpfulness saved him from wasting any more of his highly precious dungeon time. Perhaps the sight of dead beasts lying in pools of blood made them speak up. Blood opting for a quiet approach, soon they cornered the white-browed werewolf. Shaking no escape, the second Hwayeon stepped closer, the terrified beast began to shake, and with good reason they were not here to make friends. Hwayeon immediately showed him absolutely no mercy. The hostages watched in pure horror. Hwayeon ripped the beast to shreds completely, paralyzing them with fear. Not a single squeak. It was a brutal sight, but Hwayeon knew this gore was necessary to retrieve the hidden skill stone, thinking of Minsu, who was always eager to assist. The young man wondered how to trick him and the professional butcher into taking over all this bloody work for him. Soon, he finally found himself gripping a glowing purple stone that granted near-perfect invisibility. The hostages groaned in frustration, devastated to watch such a valuable treasure slip away, since they had planned to sell it for a massive fortune. Even Hwayeon considered cashing in on the stone since its market value was sky-high, but he pushed that temptation aside and swallowed it whole. From day one of this death game, real power was not about wealth, it was about raw strength, which had to be seized at every opportunity. That was his only path to reaching the absolute top, which was his ultimate goal. Growing up in an orphanage, his life had always felt like a relentless war zone where no place was truly safe. Later, serving on front lines as a seasoned mercenary, he learned that some dark corners of the world held zero hope. Now he craved a level of sheer power that far exceeded mere wealth. In this current system, that dream was actually within reach. He wanted a life where he stood at the peak and dictated history. So, swallowing the stone, he set a new path. Then a system alert popped up announcing that his newly acquired stealth skill was currently locked until level 10. This was incredibly frustrating. He had fully planned on using this ability immediately. Now, he had to focus entirely on leveling up. Currently sitting at level 6, he needed a way to jump 4 more levels as fast as possible. Hwayeon ground his teeth in annoyance because despite his massive strength, a silly system stat was holding him back from utilizing his full potential. Knowing he had to grind, the young warrior decided to throw himself into the hunt. He absolutely required that stealth ability before exiting the dungeon, where 100 hostile players were waiting to jump him and steal his prize. Even with his superior combat, fighting 100 players at once, absolute madness. He needed to play this smart, which meant clearing out every single monster in here was a bad idea. If he kept just one werewolf alive, the zone would not collapse, allowing him to easily slip away completely undetected. However, it was tough to hold back because Hwayeon was simply too devastatingly strong and could easily shatter them to dust. He had to show restraint. With 50 points in agility, he danced around them, carefully pulling his lethal punches. As he systematically cleared the dungeon, system notifications continuously flashed across his vision, confirming level-ups and bonus stat points. Once he finally hit his target, the young warrior was ready to test out his brand new stealth skill. And things turned out completely different from what Hwayeon expected. The guy just did not get it. How could he use a skill this weak? But then the prisoners pointed out a massive detail. As the skill level goes up, his clothes will also fade into nothingness. That is when Hwayeon finally spots a tiny number sitting right next to the skill name. It shows his level, and apparently his clothes only turn invisible at level 2. But our guy is not about to sit around waiting for a level up. So he comes up with a pretty wild shortcut to bypass the whole clothing problem. He just strips them right off. If he is naked, there is nothing to make transparent. Talk about a bold move, and honestly, it totally works. The young man standing right in front of them has completely dissolved into thin air. Gone completely. Honestly, he does not care about what happens to these captives. It is absolutely clear they would happily murder him just to steal that stealth skill. So when they start desperately begging him for help, he keeps walking. He does not even turn around. He knows they would betray him the second he showed weakness. They would just exploit his weakness. Outside, the dungeon entrance still glows brightly. It is sparkling right in the center of the busy square, waiting for the next challenger. If those gates open up again, it means the last player inside just died. That opens the slot for someone else, while the crowd bickers over who goes next. Our main character quietly slips away, completely hidden by his brand new stealth skill. He walks right out of the dungeon because his body is completely masked by his new skill. He slips by completely unseen. Nobody notices his faint shadow. Invisible, suddenly he spots Minsu standing in the crowd. The kid looks absolutely stressed out, staring anxiously at the glowing gate hoping for news. But when a translucent hand suddenly taps him on the shoulder, Minsu yelps. Our hero whispers that he needs to level up. Fortunately, the boy quickly calms down when he recognizes his boss's familiar voice. He realizes the boss got a stealth skill and used it perfectly. Hwayeon grabs the boy's shoulder and points toward a yellow taxi, plan ready. He tells Minsu to head straight to the car, and the loyal kid is ready to follow. Soon, the news is absolutely blowing up with shocking reports about Lee Hwayeon. Headlines claim he is back to reclaim every single insanely broken skill from his past life. Meanwhile, reports flood in that 8 elite members of the General Guild were brutally slaughtered. Killed by werewolves, they also reveal Hwayeon's hunting style. He literally crushes their skulls, but our hero ignores it. None of this news affects him at all. He is honestly just annoyed that everyone is still so obsessed with him. But Minsu, the kid, is easily blown away by all the online chatter. He shoves his phone screen right into his boss's face and begs him to look at this video. It is a live broadcast of hosts debating why Hwayeon suddenly showed up at that dungeon. They keep talking about star quality, which completely confuses the poor kid. Since he does not understand it, he asks his boss to explain the actual meaning. He says people love Hwayeon because even though he is the strongest hunter, he just does whatever he wants. This makes the female co-host curious. This makes the co-host ask if everyone follows Lee Hwayeon solely for his star power. Our hero just smiles as he listens to them debate his influence. That was exactly why the public found him so interesting when the chairman of the Players' Skills and Technology Association requested to speak. He was politely granted the floor. This gentleman was named Park Young-sik. And though everyone expected him to analyze Hwayeon's next moves, he wanted to talk about something else entirely. Naturally, this shocked everyone sitting around him, but they still wanted to hear the expert out. The gray-haired man declared that as soon as Hwayeon arrived at the werewolf dungeon today, the game was already over. This claim shocked not only the hosts, but even Hwayeon widened his eyes in surprise and began to hang on every single word. The hosts pressed Park Young-sik for answers, and the female host nervously begged him to avoid spreading panic like that. But Hwayeon knew how much weight this man carried. Any statement he made about the players or monsters was basically law, which explained the sheer panic. Hwayeon kept watching the broadcast as Park Young-sik explained his findings. His association had examined the werewolf corpses alongside the main guild. Every single one of them suffered identical injuries, with their skulls completely crushed. He explained that a werewolf's skeletal structure was incredibly dense. In fact, their heads could only be shattered by a level 40 hunter. So even if Hwayeon cleared the high-level Blue Monkey dungeon, he still shouldn't possess the sheer raw power required to inflict such devastating damage. Producing a crushed werewolf skull right on camera, Park Young-sik stated that he had spent over a decade researching these beasts. Yet even a veteran like him couldn't explain these precise injuries. Suddenly, the entire panel shrank back, terrified that their guest brought a corpse directly into the broadcasting studio, calmly poking his finger right into the dead creature's skull. He concluded that Hwayeon only needed to tap the beast with a single finger to cause this unprecedented destruction. The other guests on the show thought his theory was absolutely ridiculous and loudly demanded that he take responsibility and resign from his position. Watching them scream, Hwayeon realized these critics were just corrupt officials, clinging to their high positions and selfishly protecting their own status. They held high ranks in prestigious guilds and demanded respect. It was obvious that if the truth about Hwayeon killing high-level monsters with a simple flick of his fingers got out, the motivation of every other player would be absolutely shattered by the gap. Yet despite the fierce pressure, Park Young-sik firmly maintained that humanity's dark era was over because Hwayeon was destined to conquer the final dungeon and end the game once more. Trying to salvage the disastrous broadcast, one of the panicked hosts jumped up, frantically telling the viewers at home not to lose hope, because humanity still had a real chance to make history. Watching their futile attempts to pacify the crowd, Hwayeon wondered how such incompetent fools Even got these TV jobs, he knew he belonged to the present. While they were stuck in the past, they were entirely different beasts, the only thing they shared was being labeled as incredibly powerful. Now, the young man needed to prioritize leveling up, knowing that his current strength still had limits. At a low level, raw stats are practically meaningless anyway. He nearly missed his chance to enter the werewolf dungeon, completely unable to activate the stealth skill he just got, all because of his low level. If he let his guard down for a second, other players would immediately swarm him too. Snatch away everything Hwayeon worked for. Even the dungeons had strict level requirements. That meant he was stuck with a boring, repetitive grind, choosing werewolves as his targets. But he avoided the specific dungeon that granted stealth on purpose. After all, those werewolves spawned in plenty of other spots across the world. Sure, smashing a werewolf's skull with his bare hands felt amazing at first. But the repetition got old fast. He needed to find far more creative ways to kill. Right now, entering the Blue Monkey dungeon was also completely out of the question. Since Hwayeon was still underleveled, Minsu tried to cheer his boss up though, pointing out that absolutely nobody had reached level 14 yet, as expected. Grinding levels quickly was a brutal chore, even if you hunted day and night. At least he could take comfort in knowing that nobody else could enter either. Then a wild idea struck Hwayeon, and he questioned his companion. Could they actually hunt those blue monkeys without even stepping inside the dungeon? Minsu looked completely lost, so Hwayeon explained his theory. Since there were no level 14 players around, those blue monkeys should technically overflow right out of the gate. Minsu thought it over and admitted the monkey dungeon had indeed spawned way too early. They could have easily caused some massive destruction if left unchecked. Still, the young guide warned his boss that these monkeys were incredibly nasty. They were not just lightning fast, they were dangerously smart. But warnings did not faze Hwayeon at all, thanks to his massive stockpile of extra points. It was basically equivalent to 108 levels. Every single regressed player knew exactly where that dungeon entrance would appear. But the spot remained completely abandoned because nobody could meet the level requirement yet. Minsu kept stressing how dangerous they were, warning that these beasts could use deadly ranged attacks and were fully capable of mimicking human combat styles. Suddenly, a massive crash echoed nearby. Minsu immediately guessed the monsters had broken out of the gate and started trashing parked cars. Hwayeon knew better than to underestimate his prey, especially enemies with annoying high-speed movements. To counter them, he decided to dump a mountain of points into agility. That was the only way to ensure a perfectly clean and successful hunt. And trust me, that single stat dump is about to save their lives. Moments later, a terrifying, unnatural wind kicked up, nearly blowing Minsu away. Hwayeon had completely vanished from sight, sending the boy into a blind panic. He was utterly alone now, with absolutely nobody to bail him out. Since he was only level 3, one clean swipe from a blue monkey would instantly end him. Meanwhile, Hwayeon was already busy having the time of his life, tearing through his new targets with insane lightning-fast strikes. In fact, the system notifications for his kills could barely even keep up. Even with their legendary speed, he swatted them down like slow, helpless insects. Refusing to waste any more time, he decided to stop playing around. He was ready to pull a whole pack of them at once for maximum efficiency. His body glowed fiercely as he repelled the beasts attacking him every second. They showed no mercy despite how he butchered their kin, eventually trying to scramble back into the portal, but they couldn't fit because of the dungeon's strict population limit. Even though Hwayeon acted like a complete monster, he spotted deep dread and terror in their eyes, mixed with utter confusion over what was even happening. They had no clue where they went wrong. Minjun knew these beasts were highly intelligent, which explained their desperate escape attempts. Still, he couldn't grasp why these terrifying beasts that nearly wiped out humanity were running away. Opening his status window, Hwayeon noticed several of his stats had steadily ticked up. This made him incredibly happy. He was extremely close to leveling up, and his goal was finally in sight. And Minjun suddenly realized that Hwayeon had already climbed all the way to level 17. He was left completely stunned. Only 6 days had passed since the game started. Hwayeon knew he had to dump his freshly earned points straight into endurance. Since his body was totally wiped out, plus past level 15 the grind would require slaying even more beasts. He executed his plan, and raw strength surged with brand new power. Sensing the shift, the monkeys began scrambling even faster, but they still couldn't slide into the rift because the entrance was blocked. To desperately save themselves, they hurled random junk at Hwayeon, but he simply activated his armor, letting everything bounce off as if his skin were solid steel. The monsters shrieked in absolute terror, scattering in every direction to actively avoid Hwayeon, fleeing him like a raging wildfire. Naturally, none of their scrambling saved them as he hunted down and slaughtered every last one of them with a terrifying grin plastered on his face. When the bloodbath ended, Minjun noted that this absolute massacre would shock reporters far more than those snap-killed werewolves. From before, the boys' chatter suddenly reminded Hwayeon of their current location. They were deep in the underground parking lot of a massive residential complex, meaning there were zero security cameras or witnesses around to spot them. Staring at the swirling dungeon gate, Minjun suggested that they should destroy it. But Hwayeon completely disagreed, since spawning monsters meant easy experience points. He could keep using this place to power up. Sure, these monkey beasts were only level 14 while he was already level 18, but there were no better options nearby. Minjun then explained that higher-tier passages only materialized after the weaker dungeons were thoroughly wiped off the map. With a sly grin, Hwayeon asked if clearing out everything himself would make it significantly harder for other players to catch up in the future. Minjun confirmed that theoretically, yes, while mentioning a fresh gate would likely appear within a few hours. Apparently in his previous life, these specific level 14 portals sealed after 29 days. This precise information surprised Hwayeon, sparking his curiosity about how his young companion knew so much. Minjun merely gave a thoughtful look, noting that Hwayeon was missing something massive. Pulling out his phone, he loaded up the main player community board, where he found tons of incredibly valuable strategy guides. Minjun explained that hunters constantly uploaded data regarding every single dungeon they cleared, and the record run times updated whenever a similar dungeon was beaten. According to Minjun, the Blue Monkey dungeon they just ran was not. This was the only level 14 dungeon. Green orcs also spawned here, meaning that when one dungeon was cleared, another appeared at an even higher level. This assumption turned out to be completely correct. Digging through his phone, Minsu discovered that a level 15 dungeon had already opened in the city of Gwangju. Our hero asked when the first dungeon of that level was cleared previously and was told it happened 41 days after the start. Suddenly, the boy lit up with excitement, eagerly suggesting they create an account to upload their runtime since they were the first to clear the level 14 dungeon. Since this site was recognized by the Global Players Association, it was basically an official leaderboard. Hearing this, Hwayeon agreed, deciding they would use the nickname Fearless. A satisfied Minsu immediately began registering his boss's account, incredibly pleased that his suggestion was accepted. He immediately posted that the Blue Monkey dungeon was cleared, logging their exact record time. This update was like a ticking time bomb. Soon, angry messages came pouring in saying that high-level monsters would start appearing. The flood of indignant messages kept coming, which only made our hero and his partner smile. Since the game began, massive gate shelters had been built, and citizens living near the active portals flocked inside. Now the shelter was packed with terrified people because new, far more powerful monsters were beginning to appear. Dealing with them was getting incredibly difficult. Suddenly, people began to shout with joy. The Blue Monkey Gate was gone, and they could pack up to finally go home. But some refused to believe the news because barely any time had passed, making it seem impossible to get rid of the beast so quickly. Those voicing doubts were immediately threatened, told that such jokes would get them punched in the face. But then they saw something that forced them to shut up and believe the rumors. Broadcast screen showed a guy quickly tearing through the monkeys. It was hard to believe this was actually real, but there was simply no other explanation. Then someone spotted a newly registered account in the community, confirming the news that the dungeon was completely destroyed. Walking down the street, Minjun mentioned that in his past life, the level 15 dungeon was cleared 41 days after the game began, and that it happened in Japan. Now they were going to fight a giant bear. The boy believed monsters below level 20 would not pose a threat since they did not use special abilities. While they walked all 300 kilometers, our hero received notifications that he was actively changing the future, earning bonus points for doing so, every step. Felt like a deliberate choice made by our main character. Finally, Minja asked how this mechanic of altering the future actually worked, since it seemed so bizarre to him. After a quick explanation, the boy realized that literally every single action could alter the timeline. Now, he urged his boss to try everything possible to farm those extra points. Suddenly, a car came, barreling out of a gate so fast they barely had time to jump. Aside, they managed to dodge at the absolute last second, which caused the driver to react with absolute fury, screaming and shouting at them. This road was strictly for cars, but Hwayeon was in no rush. Smiling, he just stood there. The confused driver yelled out to ask if he was okay. Once they finally stepped aside, the angry man behind the wheel started cursing them out. Screaming about them almost getting killed, Minsu turned to ask his boss what just happened. He wanted to ask what just happened, but Hwayeon was already gone, completely vanished. Instead, Hwayeon was running right alongside the speeding car, baffling the driver. Matching the pace easily, Hwayeon grinned. He warned the terrified driver to listen closely. In this brutal world, he should think first and open his mouth later. The intense warning paralyzed the driver. He literally forgot what he wanted to say. Utterly speechless, the man knew the brutal rules of this world. Only 9 days had passed since the launch, making this sheer speed impossible. No normal player could run that fast so early, but Hwayeon knew the truth. His actions were forcing much harder dungeons to unlock. It was completely different from his past life. And yet, this gave him the perfect opportunity to widen the power gap. He had to reach the 20th level dungeon fast. That specific zone held the exact legendary weapon he used before regressing. To claim it, he had to slaughter a monster scaled to that level. No easy task, but Hwayeon was determined to make it happen. His target, a massive bear that went completely berserk upon sensing mortal danger. With the beast lashing out blindly, the guy was forced to defend himself. Hwayeon finally paused, suddenly realizing just how exhausted his body actually was. The bear possessed monstrous strength. Every single clash felt like a life-or-death struggle. To make matters worse, he was completely surrounded by an entire pack of them. He wondered if he could handle this insane load. No time to second guess. A massive paw slammed down with enough raw fury to make the earth shake. Hwayeon barely managed to throw himself aside just in time. Close call. Pushing past the exhaustion, he leaped directly onto the beast's thrashing back. Scrambling up the thick fur, he reached its neck and locked his arms tight. The bear wheezed, desperately trying to shake off his absolute chokehold. Finally, the beast collapsed, dead, but another monster was already charging his way. They were only attacking one by one, which was incredibly annoying. Wiping them out one by one would take far too much precious time and energy. He needed a smarter, more efficient strategy to clear them out safely. Avoiding serious damage was the absolute key to his survival. Meanwhile, the public game chat was absolutely blowing up with frantic players complaining. They claimed the final dungeon was impossible, saying they should look for side jobs. Some whined about the unfairness of past life, rankers hoarding all the glory. They hated how those elites took everything. Still, some defended the top players. Many insisted that the mysterious player Fearless was the absolute best, bar none. Reading these messages, Minsu suddenly froze, his jaw dropping in pure shock. A system alert popped up. Someone had just cleared the 16th level dungeon. It was Choi Chul-sung, who called himself Poison Choi. Smirking at the news, Hwayeon thought this race was finally getting interesting. With his rival reaching the 16th level, Minsu knew the real war had begun. He cleared the dungeon so fast, it was like he was just waiting for someone to handle. That 15th level rift, but Hwayeon was not bothered by this news at all. On the contrary, he was glad a real challenger had finally showed up, Choi. Chul-sung was a player known as the king of poisons in his past life, serving as the head of the general guild. And right now, he was totally living up to his reputation. It was time to take action, so Hwayeon asked what weapon Chul-sung used in his past life. Minsu did not know for sure, but he remembered a black dagger. The boy also reminded them that on the 20th floor, they would face a terrifying beast, the golden leopard, but Hwayeon was completely sure of his powers. Suddenly, system alerts began popping up in the chat, announcing that the dungeons on the 17th and 18th floors had been cleared. That meant the 20th dungeon would appear very soon. Min-soo said it could be found. In Yuldong Park in Bundang, the kid was pretty worried about running into other players, but Hwayeon was calm. No one else could get inside except him. Checking his status window, he saw his stats were incredibly high and his level had hit 21. To level up even more, he decided to dump his extra points into strength. When that number rose to unprecedented heights, Hwayeon realized he could fight with his bare hands. Min-soo did not know whether to be terrified or completely amazed. Alerts flashed that his strength crossed 1,000, unlocking a powerful skill that let him instantly petrify his target. This was not just some neat trick, it was a major weapon that could be used to keep him safe even when enemies got way too close. To test this new power, Hwayeon decided to freeze Min-soo right where he stood. It worked on the very first try, leaving the kid frozen solid, eyes wide with horror. With a trembling voice, he asked if he was petrified, and Hwayeon just quietly nodded back. When the kid realized this meant Hwayeon had hit 1,000 strength, he was so utterly shocked he could barely speak. But when his voice finally returned, Min-soo excitedly shouted that even the legendary Emperor Yoonseong had used a skill like this. Seeing Hwayeon had absolutely no clue who that was, the kid quickly handed him his phone, showing a massive list of records from past lives. It turned out Yeonwoo was a player with the Chinese king, nicknamed the Emperor because he was a legendary ranker who united all the players in China. Back then, he cleared even more dungeons than Hwayeon and climbed straight to the top of the leaderboards, but dwelling on the past was useless. Instead, Hwayeon focused entirely on entering the very same dungeons he used to run, aiming to collect every single weapon. He ordered Min-soo to go to the 20th level dungeon site and keep a close eye on everyone who showed up. The kid was thrilled to help his boss, promising to call him immediately if anything felt off, while Hwayeon dealt with the 19th level dungeon. Inside this section of the rift, he was about to face a beast known as the Red-Eyed Mole. He had to seal this rift so the gateway to the 20th level golden leopards would finally open. He could have just waited, but there was a massive catch. Absolutely nobody else was strong enough to clear this dungeon of this caliber had ever appeared in this world before. Approaching the massive rift, the guy saw that the local civilians were already being evacuated for their safety. A soldier marched over for his papers. Hwayeon had to admit he did not have any identification on him. The armed guard was about to snap when a sharp noise cut him off. Behind them, a massive beast lunged from a dark portal, the exact same red-eyed mole Hwayeon was looking for. The soldiers fired immediately, desperate to stop them from pushing any deeper into the city streets. They screamed at him to run, but he calmly pointed out that guns were totally useless against red-eyed moles. Shaking, a soldier asked if he was actually an official player, and Hwayeon simply nodded. Then a beast lunged, close enough to breathe right down their necks, swinging its heavy, razor-sharp claw to tear a soldier apart. That was Hwayeon's cue to act. Time to test his new petrification skill. His eyes flashed crimson as he targeted the beast. The mole stiffened instantly, and its giant eye went wide with shock. It quickly realized that it could no body while they fought other pests. Hwayeon stepped up to finish off the target he had locked in place. This was incredibly simple. The beast was completely defenseless, frozen solid. Unable to fight back, Hwayeon stepped forward, the monster's neck barehanded. With that done, Hwayeon strolled right toward the glowing portal because absolutely nobody tried to stop him. The soldiers were far too busy, and honestly, we all knew this guy had things handled. Inside, Hwayeon soon noticed a big difference. Unlike the typical brainless beasts, these subterranean monsters were remarkably clever. They immediately tunneled deep into the dirt to hide from him. Now he had to find a clever way to force them out of their underground maze. To avoid wasting his precious energy, he checked his inventory for a solution. There he found blue monkey fur. Released highly toxic, deadly fumes that could choke out anything. It was the perfect makeshift smoke bomb. Looking around, Hwayeon realized that instead of 15 moles, there were way more than he originally expected. Suddenly a beast burst out, moving with such incredible speed that Hwayeon barely managed to react. If his heavy armor had not made him completely invulnerable, that creature would have torn his entire arm off. But when its teeth slammed into the hardened surface, the mole shrieked in pain, shattering its own jaw. Hwayeon quickly killed it. The rest of the pack did not seem so intimidating to flush them out. Hwayeon lit the blue monkey fur on fire and tossed it down a deep burrow. So the toxic gas would flood the entire underground tunnel network. Soon, thick black smoke began pouring out of every single escape hole. Hwayeon starts a tense mental countdown, waiting for his enemies to show up, but they never show up. Toxic fumes choke them right in. Their burrows no escape to the surface. Just like that, every single dungeon monster is dead instantly, and the entire gate collapses in 3 minutes. As soon as Hwayeon steps outside, his phone rings. It is Minsu reporting that things just got very complicated for his boss, the kid. Sounds utterly confused on the line. It turns out a whole crowd of screaming reporters has completely swarmed the new portal, and they need managing. But something else completely shocks the young hunter. Nobody from the guild showed up, even though they knew about his stealth skill and definitely wanted it for themselves. Meanwhile, the soldiers, hunting down the escaped mole monsters, suddenly recognize the man standing in front of them. It is the fearless hunter. Hwayeon quickly solves the level 19 portal in 30 minutes before heading straight for Yoldan Park. Sure enough, a massive crowd of loud reporters is still there. He calls Minsu to demand why they are still hanging around, and the terrified boy stammers that nobody is listening to him. Hanging up, the hunter realizes that nobody handles a mess quite like he does, so he marches straight toward the journalists. They immediately perk up, realizing they are standing right in front of the legendary Hwayeon. This is their chance for a massive scoop, so they pounce instantly, throwing loaded questions about what he thinks of the complaints that other players are making. One pushy reporter suggests he is deliberately trying to ruin the morale of other players, asking if she is right. Another young journalist asks if Hwayeon feels guilty that high-level monsters are spawning faster now. Because of his reckless actions, some shove their microphones directly into his face, others beg for photos. And the young hunter quickly realizes he is trapped in absolute chaos. He is deeply annoyed by the noise, having survived as a battlefield mercenary. Mid exploding shells and heavy gunfire, he deeply treasures quiet. So right now, he just wants to terrify these loud reporters into leaving immediately. He bluntly tells them that people are entirely to blame for being weak. A stunned journalist asks if he honestly believes survival is just about effort. Throwing major fuel on the fire, Hwayeon coldly states that weakness is not a sin, but those who complain about fate belong in hell. Dumbfounded, the reporters quickly pivot and change the subject, mentioning that a Canadian representative considers Hwayeon to be a highly overrated player who will eventually fall behind. Before answering his question, the young man asks which channel has the highest ratings, since he only speaks to the major television networks. Once it is clear which one has the most views, he asks for the Canadian's name, as if he cannot be bothered to remember such trivial details. They answer Bhavan, and Hwayeon makes a silent mental note to remember him. He usually had to tread lightly, but now a perfect opportunity arrived to humiliate every single person who challenged him. Flipping them off, he yelled out that this little gesture was meant just for Bhavan. Right after this display, Hwayeon finally stepped into the Golden Leopard dungeon, where only 2 players were permitted to hunt 7 of these deadly feline beasts. The difficulty level was B+, meaning this win would not come easy. But it also meant rare, high-value loot was waiting inside the dungeon. Naturally, this high rank did not scare the young man at all, because he knew the massive payoff would be worth it. Just then, the first leopard lunged into view, and he struck the beast without a second thought, sending a deafening roar through the cavern. This move triggered the monster completely, its eyes blazing with pure hatred as its cry shook the entire cave. He knew very well that enraged beasts were incredibly dangerous like this, but their blind fury also brought a pretty huge advantage. In their anger, they lost all caution, leaving them totally open. But here is the real catch: a single roar from these golden leopards locks a player's skills, with the beasts spamming this exact trick. Normal hunting tactics were useless now. He needed a completely new plan. Staying hidden in the shadows, he accepted that his skills were gone. He would have to win this with pure brainpower. When the leopards realized an intruder had breached their domain, they prepared to strike without mercy. Since his heavy armor was locked, Hwayeon knew a simple scratch from those lethal fangs would leave him bleeding out on the cold floor. Sensing his overpowering aura, the pack suddenly froze in their tracks. Eyes wide with shock, they never expected to face someone this powerful. Before they could even back away, Hwayeon lunged forward, hitting them. With a devastating strike that completely broke their offense, too bad his defensive gear was disabled, otherwise he could easily block their sharp claws and pick them off one by one. Now he was forced to take them all on at once, a terrible situation since dealing with one leopard was hard enough, let alone a whole group, but the guy remained entirely calm. Wearing a highly smug grin, he simply beckoned the beasts forward, telling them not to be shy and attack already. Snarls echoed as the pack charged, utterly furious at his cocky behavior, and completely ready to tear the young man to absolute pieces. This was exactly what Hwayeon was waiting for. They closed the distance so fast that he easily intercepted one, catching it by the throat in an absolute chokehold. By doing this, he managed to pressure the entire group, forcing the others to back away. As they slowly realized they were completely outmatched, it was clear his grappling strategy was working incredibly well, and he should stick to it. And yet, despite the sheer danger, a few stubborn, suicidal beasts still rushed forward, completely unafraid of their own demise. This played perfectly into his hands, saving him the actual trouble of chasing them down. He simply dismantled whoever dared to strike first. He slaughtered almost every single golden leopard, and it all happened in a flash. Then the system announced that all those level 20 beasts were finally dead. The massive clearance reward is claimed, but our hero is still deeply annoyed. He hates having to gut these monster corpses just to harvest what he needs. But searching through his messy inventory, he spots a strange new weapon hidden away. It looks exactly like a small dagger, and his curiosity instantly takes over. He has to see what this thing can do. His curiosity is practically burning him. It is the dagger of destruction, an overpowered weapon made for absolute ruin. It tears through everything, absorbing and mimicking his own active skills on impact. Testing the lethal edge of the blade, Hwayeon knows this weapon is worthy. It is going to serve him incredibly well. Just then, a system alert flashes. The entire dungeon is clear, and the exit gate will collapse in 3 minutes. Even so, he cannot stop staring at this mysterious blade. He has 0 stats or additional damage info on it. But he is thrilled to finally hold his old weapon. His signature tool from his past life. Suddenly, a familiar sensation returns. His unique body-hardening armor skill is finally beginning to wake up. His energy is literally fusing with the steel. It is a bizarre sight. The metal hums, fully charged with his own power. He tries to activate his stealth, and the weapon instantly vanishes too. And yes, this weapon is just as broken as you think. It absorbs his skills, and Hwayeon starts plotting his next move. The strategic possibilities are completely endless, and he wants to exploit them. This blade has no base stats, but it holds something far superior. It literally mimics his own active traits. The stronger he gets, the more monstrous this weapon becomes. Satisfied, he steps through the exit portal, right into a sea of grinning reporters. They immediately swarm him, shouting questions and shoving microphones in his face. Everyone wants to know if Hwayeon is the legendary anonymous player from chat. He stays completely quiet, forcing the loud journalists to change their angles. Now they demand to know if the dungeon is fully cleared and what loot he took. They even ask if he retrieved his legendary past life relic. The suffocating crowd blocks his path, pushing his irritation to the limit. He just wants some peace and quiet, and he wants it right now. Through the chaos, he spots Minsu standing there, looking incredibly helpless and sad. Hwayeon signals him to clear the press, but the poor kid fails miserably. Honestly, it is hard to blame him. The kid has absolutely 0 authority here. But something else is bothering Hwayeon. Where are all the vultures today? Usually, greedy high-level players would be waiting to rob him of his hard-earned loot. They usually ambush him instantly, desperate to steal his skills or rare gear. The press stayed the whole time he fought, but not a single rival is here. This empty, quiet perimeter is starting to feel like a trap. The eerie silence is incredibly suspicious, and it is making him highly uneasy. He gets annoyed at himself for overthinking, trying to shake the paranoia off. But his train of thought is suddenly cut short by a highly unexpected voice. The reporter asks a direct question: when will Hwayeon unlock that legendary skill? Known as the Eye of God, he waits with a pretty smug look on his face. fully expecting a quick answer, but seconds tick by and nothing. Total silence. Hwayeon is honestly just baffled because he has absolutely no clue what this guy is talking about. Still, the mention of it sparks his curiosity. What exactly is this Eye of God anyway? What kind of insane perks does it offer? Right now, he does not care about public opinion or looking cool. All he wants is to dig up some real details about this secret skill. He glances over at Minjun, but the kid looks completely blank, almost like he has never heard of it either. Turns out, the kid does not know every single little secret from his past life after all. But then again, he is still just a kid. Meanwhile, the press keeps pushing, demanding to know what powers Hwayeon actually has. They want a full breakdown of his levels and stats. He just stands there, quiet as a grave, until the room finally goes quiet. Then he drops a bombshell. He is level 24 and his strength is over 1033. Cue the absolute panic. Everyone is staring at each other in disbelief because those numbers are completely unheard of at this stage. Then Hwayeon coolly reminds them of something else. Since he is so powerful, his actions are now fully legal under system law. So he gives that annoying reporter a very clear, very cold warning. Bother him again and he will take matters into his own hands. He does not say how, but his terrifying grin says it all. By the very next morning, the entire world is talking about him again. Every single front page is covered with wild stories about this crazy rookie. Hwayeon is officially a household name, and his absurd strength has everyone talking. How on earth did he get this strong so fast? Nobody can make sense of it. To make things crazier, he just cleared a level 20 dungeon in 40 minutes flat. Now, the self-proclaimed experts are starting to worry. They claim he is a loose cannon who needs to be put down immediately. They point to how he threatened the media as proof of his dangerous nature. While the world panics, Hwayeon is busy focusing on his next move. He still needs answers about the Eye of God. Minjun remembers he had it before. But the exact details of what this skill can do are still a mystery. It is a puzzle they desperately need to solve right now. Luckily, the kid finally remembers a key piece of information. The eye lets you read another player's stats and look right into their inventory. If that is true, it gives Hwayeon a massive advantage. He will instantly know exactly who is standing right in front of him. Should he tread carefully around them, or can he easily bait them into a fight? According to the kid, this is not just any regular unique skill. It is completely one of a kind, and it grows stronger the more he uses it. The real magic of unique skills is not just their rarity, but how they scale. They can be upgraded continuously, sort of like refining a powerful weapon. Just like a leveling dagger, this skill's raw power only goes up. And unlock new, deadlier abilities. Maxing out a skill like this is often called the Second Awakening because it unleashes the absolute limit of its raw power. Minsu points out that details on the Eye of God are incredibly rare because only Hwayeon possessed it. Naturally, getting any solid info is going to be tough. But the kid mentions some wild rumors floating around about its second stage. Rumors say that at level 2, Hwayeon can spot even the tiniest micro-movements, like a twitching eye or a heartbeat from miles away, and honestly, those rumors make sense since he always strikes precisely at his target's weakest spots. It means this Eye of God skill is way more terrifying than anyone realized. Naturally, Hwayeon wants to know which specific dungeon hides this powerful skill. But Minsu shrugs, he doesn't have that direct info. Still, the quick-thinking kid has a pretty clever workaround that might work. He pulls up the cleared dungeon registry right on his phone. This allows them to use a simple process of elimination to narrow things down. The odds of success are pretty high, but definitely not guaranteed. They must search through a massive database containing every single cleared portal. This public registry tracks every cleared rift, even from Hwayeon's past life. There is just one huge catch: the volume is insane. There is no way Hwayeon can manually clear every single one of them. Plus, since other players also regressed, someone else might snatch the skill first. Minsu tries to boost his boss's confidence with a quick reminder. Hwayeon was literally the strongest player ever. They even built a statue of him. That giant monument in the city center proves just how legendary he was. Besides, guilds are constantly spreading wild rumors about him behind his back. Not to mention the massive project dedicated solely to copying his legacy. They are actively trying to collect every single artifact he owned in the past. Thinking about this is seriously frustrating, a brutal reminder of the competition. The race is on, and the competition is staggering. Minsu believes the top guilds have detailed dossiers on the final dungeon players. This raises a wild theory. Does the government actually know about the regression? It sounds totally absurd, and honestly, the guild leaders probably do not know. In Minsu's opinion, they had no idea time would rewind like this. No, they just want to eliminate the threat. They wanted to stop top players from reaching supreme power again. This logic clicks in Hwayeon smiles, glad to have such a sharp partner. Minsu adds that while the guilds track famous players closely, Hwayeon still doesn't get the connection. Why go as far as murder? But then, the puzzle pieces suddenly click together. It all connects back to that attempt to steal his armor and stealth. They knew his gear, preparing specialized nets and whips to counter him. Since he has stealth now, they will surely find new counters. They want to neutralize his edge and finish the job without interference. Minsu is certain the guilds will keep hunting him down ruthlessly. They likely have a precise log of everything he did before the rewind. Those detailed records about Hwayeon's past life are incredibly dangerous. These items were now like a massive treasure map, pointing Hwayeon's enemies right to his doorstep. To steal his rare loot, Minsu looked pretty downcast, explaining that back in his past life, he had been part of a guild himself, and unfortunately, they did the exact same things. In this brutal world, skills and items are the ultimate treasures, worth killing for. Because of that, stealing from other players has become completely normal. But here is the catch: how do they always know where an item dropped? The only logical answer is that they keep meticulous records of every newly used skill. Right after someone clears a specific dungeon, Hwayeon actually quite liked this idea. He wouldn't mind tracking every single move his rivals made to simplify things. Their ultimate target is Korea's biggest guild, led by the infamous Poison King, Choi Kal-sung. As one of the final dungeon survivors, he leads a very dangerous crew. They already tried to steal Hwayeon's stealth skill, meaning they likely have a whole map of where to find all the other high-tier skills and legendary gear. Now Hwayeon finally understood why the Golden Leopard's dungeon was completely deserted. It seemed Kal-sung's guild was busy preparing for a far more powerful prize, a legendary skill called the Eye of God. These regressors do not care about average items since they can craft their own, using raw materials from dungeons. Still, Hwayeon suspected there were two main reasons. Why not just the big guild, but absolutely all other players avoided this gate? Seeing Minsu's intrigued look, the young man asked a pretty chilling question. Wouldn't it be way easier to just let him collect the gear and kill him later? That way they can just swipe everything all at once in one single fight. It was the only logical reason why nobody was trying to steal his dagger yet. Plus, he's terrifying enough that absolutely no one wants to face him alone. Right then, a chat notification popped up. The level 21 dungeon was cleared. And the one who cleared it was Kal-sung, seeing him try so hard. Our protagonist can't help but grin. It's like they're desperately trying to catch up. Early on, the top ranks had plenty of international players from America and China. But starting from level 20, all those foreign players fell off completely. Only Hwayeon and Kal-sung are left at the very top, however the gap is small. There's no need to stress about the competition yet, though he'll keep an eye on it. Next, he pulls open his status window to check his overall progress. He smiles as he sees his level has finally reached 25. On top of that, his strength, agility, and endurance are scaling up beautifully. This time around, he decides to dump all his extra points into concentration. He wants to boost his overall combat performance, and the good news keeps coming. With his physical strength officially crossing 1,000, he unlocks a brand new title. The King of Strength. This also grants him the incredibly broken petrification skill, a powerful ability once held by the legendary emperor, Yang Song-wei. Usually only a level 334 player could dream of getting this. Watching this, Minsu nods, agreeing that investing in concentration is incredibly smart. Hwayeon completely agrees. In close combat, having high concentration is absolutely vital, as it directly sharpens his split-second reactions. He also discovers that a high concentration stat will make it much easier to channel and utilize his other combat stats during battle. This let him easily dodge oncoming attacks and stay elusive to his foes. Even better, finding their weak spots became as natural as breathing for him. This deep concentration also proved invaluable whenever Hwayeon could not use his skills. After thinking it over, Minsu suddenly asked if his boss really ignored Mana entirely. He had noticed that the strong fighter never seemed to pay attention to it. Slightly confused, Hwayeon admitted he had actually never run out of mana before. Hearing this made Minsu incredibly happy, realizing his boss handled his skills perfectly. Mana was simply about drawing magic from the ambient energy of the world. With the right calculations, a skilled fighter could keep using it indefinitely. His next goal was simple: he needed to level up his stealth. His eager young sidekick wondered why they did not just barge in and clear the dungeon. But Hwayeon strongly believed in avoiding loud scenes whenever it was possible. His old military days taught him that brute force and torture were highly ineffective. Slipping in unnoticed and gathering intel was always the superior way to win. So he decided that the moment his stealth level reached level 2, he would strike. Next stop, the heavily guarded headquarters of the powerful General Guild. While strolling through the brightly lit evening streets, Minsu voiced a sudden thought. He pointed out that Hwayeon always wore incredibly plain and boring clothes. Honestly, the kid has a point. Our hero desperately needs a wardrobe upgrade. For the first time in ages, Hwayeon actually looked down at his own outfit. Minsu kept pushing, insisting that a powerful hunter needed a much cooler look. He wanted his mentor to wear something that screamed high-level strength. The whole concept seemed absurd to Hwayeon because clothes do not make the warrior. Looking down shyly, the kid mumbled that he already knew that. He just thought it would be nice to show off that power a little. Relenting, Hwayeon finally agreed and asked the eager boy to guide him. Minsu happily led him straight to a specialized shop for active dungeon raiders. He explained that they did not just sell standard daily wear here. They also stocked unique items perfect for making players stand out. Looking around, the shelves were packed with colorful potions arranged in neat rows. Across from the potions, heavy knight armor stood tall and imposing. The gear looked like it had been pulled right from an epic historical novel. While Hwayeon examined the shop, his young companion was already hunting around. Our hero turned around and instantly regretted looking. Minsu was proudly holding a loud leopard print jacket and a pile of flashy jewelry. No way, he quickly turned around and pretended to examine the armor. Just then, a friendly store clerk approached and asked if they needed help. The immediate instinct for Hwayeon was to plead for rescue from this retail trap. He wanted the clerk to take that hideous leopard jacket away immediately. But before he could speak, Minsu eagerly cut in first. Minsu immediately started babbling about how they wanted something incredibly cool. Amazingly, the shop owner knew exactly what the young man needed. He gave a knowing nod and guided them over to the special racks. A few minutes later, Minsu was happily holding a massive box of outfits. Sincere joy lit up the kid's face, making Hwayeon smile warmly. As soon as he saw the kid, he didn't even argue, agreeing to pay. At the counter, the salesman flashed a pretty weird smile. He quickly apologized for being so forward, then offered a total shocker. He wanted to give everything away for free, just because he recognized the famous hunter. Hwayeon smiled, realizing his crazy popularity actually had some pretty nice perks. Still, it felt pretty wild to get free top-tier gear just for being known. It was so bizarre that he honestly couldn't believe his reputation got him free gear. Minutes later, Hwayeon stepped out of the fitting room, looking incredibly sharp. Minjin stared in absolute awe, totally thrilled with his boss's upgraded style. On their way out, Hwayeon decided to ask the kid how to level up stealth. Naturally, Minjin knew the trick, explaining that active mastery was key to improving skills. This meant that you had to consciously focus on what you were doing and why. It meant utilizing the skill with absolute intent every single time. You had to know your exact purpose. Hwayeon figured he could simply keep using the skill so it would level up on its own. But Minjin quickly pointed out another crucial detail about how this world worked. It turned out that skills in this world actually operated on a hidden mastery point system. Whenever your actual mastery rose, the system would instantly send you a direct notification. If a specific action triggered that boost, then that action was called a mastery point. This got Hwayeon thinking about all those other regressed hunters. They already knew which actions would raise their skill levels. But since he didn't have that future knowledge, he had to figure it out himself. Luckily, there were still many identical gates scattered all over the world with similar monsters. Even if someone cleared one rift entrance, plenty of other gates remained active. This goblin and orc dungeon became Hwayeon's testing ground. That was because goblins were widely considered the weakest enemies in the game. So many similar gates were deliberately left open to help rookie players train. Plus, these weaklings couldn't even scratch our hero, so he highly preferred training on them. Right now, he stood directly in front of a giant, raging orc. The beast was easily twice his size, yet both companions remained completely calm in its presence. They knew this creature was far too weak to ever harm them. Activating his stealth, Hwayeon decided to focus purely on this ability. The moment he vanished, the dumb monster completely lost track of him. The stupid monster looked around in utter and complete confusion. Next, Hwayeon decided it was time to test out his other core abilities, since he rarely had a safe opportunity to use them in real battle. But wait, there is a pretty massive catch that totally ruins his plans. He couldn't actually activate two different skills at the same time. Apparently, the system imposed these strict limits to keep him from being overpowered. So he decided that this time he would focus exclusively on perfecting his stealth skill. Without wasting a single second, he silently slipped right behind his target. He prepared to strike, ready to end this beast for good. A sharp blade glinted in his hand as his dark cloak fluttered in an invisible wind. He looked like a legendary warrior stepping out of an ancient myth. With effortless grace, he drove the cold dagger deep into his target. Weakest point, and just like that, the monster went down, almost instantly a system. Alert popped up saying his stealth level had increased. Meanwhile, the orc shrieked. In agony, Hwayeon grinned as he noticed the bonus points pouring in for altering the future itself, but this battle was far from over. His blade was still buried deep inside the beast's throat, waiting to be retrieved. Even so, the young hunter couldn't help but wonder, is it really going to be this simple to crush every single threat standing in his way? Now that this particular beast was cleared, he was ready to move on to the next dungeon. Min-soo, however, assumed that everything would only be this easy on the very first level. The actual difficulty of the dungeons would spike with each passing tier. Some degree, the guy was right, but these monsters were still total child's play for Hwayeon. He tore through standard orcs and goblins, skyrocketing his stealth level so quickly that the system notifications literally began to lag behind. In the end, he unlocked a broken new ability, making everything he touched completely invisible. Even better, the active duration of this skill was directly proportional to his mana stat. It was finally time for some real action. Hwayeon asked his companion where the headquarters of the main guild was located. Min-soo said it was in the ultra-wealthy Cheongdam district in Gangnam. That place was seriously upscale, proving the guild owners were pulling in insane cash. Arriving at the spot, Hwayeon stared up at a massive modern skyscraper. Designed with sleek glass panels, luxury sports cars were parked all along. The entrance screaming that the VIPs inside had an insane amount of money to burn. Masking every single sign of his presence, Hwayeon silently shadowed two guild representatives as they walked straight toward the entrance of the building. On their way inside, the duo whispered about Hwayeon, one complaining that all kinds of trouble from this kid, while the other insisted they play along. They wanted to kiss up to Hwayeon whenever possible. At the gates, a friendly security guard smiled. The building's advanced defense systems worked so smoothly that he barely had any actual work left to do. After swiping their official guild membership cards, the guys walked inside. It was such a routine task that they never suspected a single thing, completely oblivious they had just guided their worst enemy right into the hive. Suddenly, a faint, mysterious aura of power quickly vanished from his senses. The watchman immediately asked why he looked so startled, but the officer replied that everything was fine, dismissing the strange feeling. Meanwhile, Hwayeon realized that even with his high-level stealth, he had to tread extremely carefully. He couldn't risk giving away his presence. He still wasn't sure where to search first: the lobby, the strategic facility, or the briefing room. Luckily, a loud corridor announcement suddenly gave him the perfect direction. The morning briefing would begin at 9:30, summoning all top brass to the main boardroom. Right on time, the host opened the floor. Although Hwayeon was obviously not on the roster, he slipped inside anyway. He wanted to memorize as many target faces as possible, fully expecting to cross paths with them again soon. Interestingly, the top guild leader was absent from the meeting because he was raiding a 23rd level dungeon. Guild members whispered that he was working far too hard and that anyone else would be completely exhausted. Some even believed that the man was pushing himself to his absolute limits. They thought he was doing it all just to claim the Eye of God as fast as possible. Hwayeon was alarmed that everyone was discussing his past life skill so openly. Even ordinary players knew all about his past life skill. It was spreading incredibly fast. At one point, the blonde man thoughtfully asked how their preparations were currently going. He received no clear answer, only a warning that Li Hwayeon must be watched closely. Some grew deeply frustrated because they kept hearing his name at every single meeting. It came up at literally every single meeting, and they still could not catch him. Choi Han-sung, the General Guild vice leader, asked if anyone knew where he was. Our hero almost laughed out loud, imagining their absolutely shocked reactions to his presence. They had no clue he was sitting right among them at this secret meeting. Suddenly, a furious man slammed his glass down on the table, yelling about their secrecy. Their secrecy was blown, and the dagger was already sacrificed. Now they had to do absolutely everything in their power to stop him from getting the Eye of God. The host at the microphone admitted they could not track his current location. However, they were completely certain he would show up at the prearranged spot to collect it. He would come to claim the skill. Anger visibly consumed the vice leader. He desperately wanted to lash out at the event host, who remained entirely too relaxed. Choi Han-sung roared that the kid was way stronger than before. That made him unpredictable and far more dangerous. He threw a newspaper onto the stage. The front page showed HWA Young frozen in an incredibly defiant, bold pose. He believed this bold display of raw audacity was a warning to scare people off. It was meant to scare off the other players who were currently targeting him. The irritation quickly spread to the host, who slammed a thick file onto the table. These papers held the complete records of everything Lee HWA Young did. The reports contained highly detailed and annotated explanations of his past actions. Our hero listened very closely as they read off detailed reports of his past actions. Specifically, what he acquired on April 17th in the Black Ogre dungeon. Back then, on level 34, he wiped out 4 players from their guild. They were asked to raise their hands, starting with a victim named Han Mu-sung. The fair-haired boy had the misfortune of encountering HWA Young in that dungeon. The other victims identified were Lee Yu-jin, Park Kwang-ho, and Ko Sang-hyun. Strangely, they all recalled their brutal murders, with absolute indifference on their faces. Looking at them, it was incredibly hard for the young man to process everything. He could not believe he actually killed them all while remembering absolutely nothing. The dark-haired girl claimed there must have been a highly valuable skill in that dungeon. Their boss had sent their group to the exact spot where Lee HWA Young was. At the time, he was not a famous player yet, so they completely ignored him. The blonde man interrupted her story, eager to clarify a few important details. They did not merely ignore him during that dungeon run. Instead, they coldly ordered him to get lost and not dare interfere with their plans. That was a fatal mistake they still recall with a deep shudder. The guy turned out to be completely insane, leaving them with some deeply terrifying memories. The girl claimed they knew those dungeon monsters perfectly well back then. They were 100% sure the Eye of God would appear there. It was all thanks to them. That the guild had this vital info. They even added plenty of details after the regression, looking through the files. Hwayeon saw they described the gate's location and even mapped out the monster's lethal weaknesses. This gave him a massive, unmatched advantage, making him smile slyly, folding his arms with interest. The vice leader asked what the group who did them such a massive favor by sharing this vital intel wanted in return. The warrior stood up, saying she heard rumors that the guild head was going there completely alone. But since only her team and Hwayeon knew the location, she asked that they be given a shot. She promised that this time their squad would definitely take the target's life in return with that desired skill. Smirking broadly, Choi Han-sung said he really liked the girl's fiery attitude and asked if she had a solid plan. Without hesitation, she replied that her team would inject a deadly substance called SA2, and trust me, that got everyone freezing in pure shock. One hunter reminded them that the World Association had strictly banned the use of that substance, but the warrior believed if they did not use forbidden methods, their targets simply could not be stopped. In this way, they had a chance to force the black ogres to kill him, yet all this talk did not scare our hero one bit. He only thought he was facing some suicidal fools who had decided to die a second time when Min-soo got a message from his boss to dig up information about that substance SA2. His mouth popped open in shock, clearly human imagination really has zero limits. I mean, even when monsters try to destroy the world, people keep studying them to find a way to save humanity. Monster skin and organs are rare materials that are tough yet incredibly lightweight, and the fuel made from them is often way more efficient than coal, olive, which allows humanity to thrive. However, not all tech is aimed at the common good, and the prime example is that banned substance. Brought up at the meeting, Min-soo immediately warned his mentor that SA2 is an incredibly dangerous substance that was banned by the association, but the young man wanted to know its exact effect. It turns out it enhances a monster's abilities. This new intel was extremely interesting, and our hero was already thinking of how to exploit it for his own benefit. When he asked what the chemical was used for, the boy said it was created for military use, where those buffed monsters were sent to enemy nations to wipe them out. Back then, there were incredibly brutal and bloody events where common goblins slaughtered regular people in the most horrific ways. Think of it as monster doping, but far more powerful, causing players and soldiers to die to beasts that should have been much weaker than them. Scanning the files, the guy realized this research was highly useful, though incredibly dangerous. Meanwhile, back at the meeting, they discussed how the injection's effects lasted a full day, which should be plenty of time, even if they drugged the ogres before Hwayeon arrived. Then those black ogres would easily match the strength of the level 100 monsters. Once they cleared out the enemy, they would calmly steal his skills and gear, then claim the Eye of God. The plan was excellent and appealed to Choi Hyun-sun, but the vice head ordered everyone to stay completely silent because their entire guild would be totally finished if anyone found out about their use of a substance banned by the association. But that skill was worth the danger. The dark-haired girl was told to raise her team's levels to prepare for entering the 33rd level dungeon. Meanwhile, our hero got a sudden warning that his stealth skill would soon drop due to a lack of mana. Therefore, he decided to invest extra stat points so that he would have more time. Once his mana surged significantly, the young man felt much safer, no longer risking discovery by any enemies. However, the dark-haired girl he killed in his previous life sensed a strange fluctuation of mana in the room. She immediately asked if anyone had used a skill or applied bonus points to their stats. Her blonde-haired companion was puzzled. He couldn't grasp the reason for her question. Because why would anyone need skills at a meeting? The rest also looked at her like she was completely crazy. Only our hero understood that this girl was way too sensitive to mana fluctuations. This was a massive danger for him. All conversation died down the exact second it was announced that the guild leader had arrived. Everyone immediately stood up to show proper respect to the powerful leader as he entered. The dark-haired girl was told she had only felt the leader's aura, but the female warrior was still highly skeptical, suspecting that some other strange energy was flowing in the room. When she tried to explain that this aura was even stronger than their leaders, her partner angrily told her to shut her mouth. Immediately, since his tone was a clear threat, the girl decided to stop talking and quietly looked down at the floor. At last, the most powerful member of the entire guild entered the room and greeted everyone there. The moment this man stepped inside, the air itself grew freezing cold. Choi Chul-soon was an absolute beast. He looked identical to Choi Han-soon, making them look like twin brothers. Perhaps they were. The first topic of discussion was that highly illegal banned substance, wanting to know the thoughts of their absolute strongest player in the guild. After pausing a moment, the leader agreed that it was likely their only way to kill that annoying, powerful guy, whose insane strength was praised everywhere. The veteran boss possessed enough experience to confidently advise that they must carefully think through their exact plan before taking action. Then, out of nowhere, he ordered everyone to leave the conference room. Although this sudden command raised major questions, everyone obeyed immediately out of absolute respect for the leader's wishes. Realizing that the secret meeting was over, our hero also slipped out with them. Since it was clear he wouldn't learn anything else useful, finally, he quietly whispered to his enemy that they would soon meet in the dungeon of the Black Ogres, but now there was no reason to think about Choi Chulsoon, because it was much more important to start preparing for his own. Those critical meeting documents, so our guy quietly followed the leader, who held a folder outlining Hwayeon's entire past life. This led him straight to the heavy, locked archive doors, right next to the electronic keypad, but thanks to his insane high-tier stats. Silence with 700 points in concentration, his steps made no sound. Completely soundless. Honestly, catching Hwayeon would require an even higher skill. It might sound incredibly arrogant, but finding him was next to impossible. So he remained perfectly calm, looking around the empty space. Nobody else was there, just the meeting leader and a hidden Hwayeon. Suddenly he dropped his stealth. He did it completely on purpose. He wanted the leader to feel his presence, with every single fiber. A soft click, a tiny lighter flame flickered, the hands holding. The Project Hwayeon document shook violently as a cold voice asked him a question. Is that stack too thick to carry? A second later, those papers were already in our hero's hands, while the terrified guild member sat tied up in the corner, trembling and staring at a burning flame. But this was no ordinary fire. It was burning blue monkey fur, which releases deadly, toxic smoke. Extremely fatal stuff. Hwayeon casually flipped through the detailed files. Everything was written down so perfectly, it felt just like a movie script. Along with his personal records, there was highly detailed data on everyone he had killed in his past life. This was a golden opportunity, and wait, it gets better. He could study his enemies' traits directly. Even better, there was a list of rare items, skills, and where to loot them. These documents were an absolute goldmine. One report noted that Hwayeon's body had mysteriously transformed after he cleared the 245th floor dungeon. His physical form became a blur of pure destruction. This meant he had unlocked an incredibly rare, legendary skill that nobody had ever witnessed. Players used to call this form his shadow, which earned him the title Shadow of Death. Now the guild members believed that since time restarted, this legendary power belonged to their own leader. Hwayeon quickly photographed every single page of these records. He needed to study his past and future, but he also knew this file was likely just a copied draft, and he absolutely needed to find the original, without any clues. He began smashing his fists into the locked archives, breaking shelves apart. The growing fire did its job. Soon, thick smoke billowed up to the sensors, triggering the automatic alarms and sprinklers. The archive was completely ruined, which was exactly what he wanted. His goal was to wipe out as much evidence as possible. While he was at it, he also smashed the main supercomputer, storing their database, forcing new system notifications to pop up. Checking his status screen, a massive smile crept onto his face. His strength, agility, and overall level had skyrocketed just from visiting them. Hwayeon walked away with a mountain of bonus points. Talk about a jackpot. Just how much this new information would shape his future. This time he decided to dump every single stat point into strength. He'd need it very soon inside that upcoming dungeon. Plus, there was no telling how strong monsters would get once his enemies injected them with that highly illegal substance. Turning to his small companion, Hwayeon asked what the kid had managed to dig up about SA2. Right away, Minsu's face turned dead serious as he revealed he'd uncovered way more than before. Honestly, the kid realized that humans are completely terrifying creatures. He explained that this strange drug was originally developed for boosting skills and gear. Players figured the dungeon difficulty would naturally spike if the local beasts grew a level stronger. By doing this, they were trying to cheese the system and force better rewards out of it. Hwayeon immediately got the picture. They wanted to force high rank item drops. Minsu confirmed this, nodding with a pretty serious look. But there was a catch. The system completely ignored the drug. Realizing this stuff was basically useless, Hwayeon sighed and asked how tough those black ogres would get after a shot. Pointing at a random green goblin wandering past, the kid suggested a quick live test. With a grin, he pulled a weird little vial from his pocket and stared. Giving it a hard throw, he lobbed it straight at the unsuspecting monster. The glass shattered right against the beast's skin, piercing deep and forcing it to halt in sudden, burning agony. Splashes of dark blood seeped across its green hide as the drug entered its system. The reaction was instant. Blinding, unbearable pain made the goblin scream. At the top of its lungs, there was no saving it. The beast went totally wild, speeding up until it was just a blur, its eyes glowing with hellish rage. Charging straight at Minsu, it closed the distance in a flash, and the kid froze up. If that thing attacked, he wouldn't stand a single chance. But Hwayeon was already moving. Did you really think he'd let the kid get hurt? He stepped in, locking the beast in a grip so tight it couldn't even breathe. Clamping his hand over its head, Hwayeon noted that while the goblin was fast, it still didn't have anywhere near enough raw power to defeat him. With a brutal squeeze of his fingers, he casually crushed its head. Entering the 27th level dungeon, Hwayeon faced filthy, gold-toothed zombies that looked absolutely repulsive. They reeked of rotting flesh so badly. It was nearly impossible to focus on the fight or even breathe properly. And things only got worse because these rotting freaks were fast, moving like hyperactive blue monkeys with jaws that could snap steel. Their bite was incredibly dangerous. Despite the sickening stench, he had to force himself to get close and fight because there was no other way to put them down, but smashing their heads and ripping them apart was totally useless, only making the terrible odor worse. So he decided to switch tactics, opting for quick and quiet decapitations. He went to work, but slicing their heads off only released wave of poisonous stench, so thick it was almost entirely blinding. Unbearable, still, Hwayeon kept dancing around the beasts with his lethal strikes to finally put them down. He slaughtered the entire horde of these monsters, but they did not grant him any extra points. Quite disappointing, yet his strength and speed stats shot up, bringing him up to level 28. That was not a bad result, but the young man still wanted more. Honestly, he felt his growth was moving far too slowly. Lost in thought, yes, completely oblivious to his surroundings, he failed to notice a single surviving zombie currently creeping closer. Luckily, he caught the movement at the very last split second, giving him just enough time to spin round, slash his blade, and decapitate the beast. Right then, notifications confirmed that every single monster inside was dead. The gates close in 3 minutes. Seeing that he had altered the future yet again, Hwayeon calmly headed for the exit, fully enjoying the chaotic sounds of crumbling ruins behind him. The system then announced that his butterfly effect skill level had increased, confirming that his choices had drastically reshaped the timeline. Pausing right at the edge of the exit, the young man scanned all the notifications with genuine surprise. It was enough to actually make him slow his pace. Reading the details more closely, he realized that getting a skill point just for clearing out this low-level dungeon and smashing the gate meant the system was giving him some seriously mixed signals, especially since the mastery level of his unique butterfly effect skill had just been upgraded. Stepping out of the dungeon, he saw Minsu waiting for him faithfully, looking incredibly anxious about how this dangerous raid would actually turn out. Once Hwayeon stepped back through, the young guy was visibly relieved. He literally let out a massive sigh of relief, immediately brightening up the moment he saw his boss completely safe and sound. Hwayeon kept a dead serious look as he asked if his young companion had any remaining questions. Knowing he already held the answers from his own past life, Minsu mentioned he had exactly 2 left, since he had wasted his first finding out why they had both regressed. Now, Hwayeon wanted his partner to ask the system about skill mastery. It felt like a total waste of a question, but the boy complied without hesitation, asking how one gains mastery points for the unique butterfly effect. Prompting the system to state it needed a little time to process. The frowning kid looked back at his boss, playfully claiming he owed him 1 now. Since his query was gone, Hwayeon simply offered no objection. Once the response arrived, Minsu's eyes popped so wide they nearly bulged right out of their sockets. In a completely terrified, trembling voice, the boy stammered out that he had thrown away a question because the system claimed that this skill called butterfly effect simply does not exist. Talk about a massive plot twist. Meaning Hwayeon wielded a powerful ability that officially was not real. All these thoughts quickly triggered a massive headache, so he told Minsu to stay quiet so he could focus, yet no logical answers came to mind, which annoyed him even further since he typically had a plan for everything. Then, something completely unexpected occurred. A system alert declared that the special gate of the dungeon was now unlocked, a level 1 zone designed for only a single player could enter. Stunned, Minsu froze on the spot and pointed at the open portal. And asked what it was. His boss had the same question. The system sent another message stating that the young man had racked up over 4,000 points through the butterfly effect, and because of this, a special dungeon had opened up. Our young hero figured he should ask the system for details on this mysterious gate. But Minsu hesitated, not wanting to burn another precious question, and soon it became glaringly obvious that the game's creators were definitely not looking out for humanity at all. They just got a flat-out rejection, claiming the system knew nothing about any butterfly effect, but Hwayeon disagreed, arguing they weren't asking about some abstract theory, but something that had literally appeared right in front of their eyes. Then, another notification warned that the gates to this special dungeon would close soon, leaving them with only 30 seconds to make a choice. This crushing pressure was too much, forcing him to make a split-second decision to jump inside just to see what would actually happen. Still, Minsu knew he couldn't assist his boss right now, leaving him with one final option: to ask the system directly about the exact nature of this portal. After a brief moment of intense hesitation, a blue window popped up, searching for the answer. Finally, the young man discovered that these unique rifts only open when a player holds a massive lead over everyone else. The developer of the game designed them to force a balance. The screen also revealed that upon conquering this zone, the challenger would unlock a unique skill, meaning these gates would only appear when an unstoppable player emerged. The sole purpose of this rift was to build a rival strong enough to take down Hwayeon. Yet absolutely any player could walk inside. This meant that just about anyone could steal the reward. Minsu connected the dots instantly. The kid is incredibly sharp. These gates spawned solely to halt his overpowered boss. A new alert showed that the boy had exhausted his question limit, yet details about this special gate kept flowing. His suspicions were confirmed when the system explicitly declared that Hwayeon was the sole trigger for these legendary gates appearing. It even hinted that the young man could enter himself to completely surpass his formidable boss. Jaw-dropping in shock, the kid almost started muttering to himself out of sheer fury that the system had the nerve to play practical jokes on him. The following prompt claimed the system could not answer his prior question because this fresh data was currently being patched into the game. After reading this, an angry Minsu demanded they refund his wasted attempt or give him a proper response. Unsurprisingly, the glowing blue screen remained completely silent, displaying no further messages. It felt as though the system itself got flustered and had no clue how to respond. Shaking his head, the boy realized these special gates only spawn when a player grows too overpowered, holding a counter skill specifically designed to neutralize him. It was a crude attempt to maintain some artificial balance in this virtual world. Sighing, Minsu muttered that the whole concept was utter nonsense. But wait, here is the real kicker. There was one major advantage. His overpowered boss was about to claim another unique skill that no other player on Earth possessed. Meanwhile, he ventured deeper into a high-level dungeon, sensing some unprecedented danger was creeping up, ready to catch him completely off guard. At least he could find comfort in one thing: he was about to get a pretty powerful unique skill. This power would definitely help him in his future battles. Meanwhile, the dungeon remained incredibly quiet. Honestly, it was so silent that it felt pretty suspicious. That was when he realized he wasn't alone. Peering through the shadows, he spotted a goblin. It looked totally ordinary and unremarkable. It felt strange for such a weak monster to be waiting in this unique dungeon. But then the creature grinned, a strange, highly unnerving smile. Serious doubts crept in. This place was definitely not what it seemed. Suddenly, the creature spoke in a joyful voice, practically celebrating. It cheered that the day had finally come, though the actual meaning escaped our hero. He was mostly just stunned that a common goblin could even speak. But then something happened that made his eyes widen. Here is where the real shock comes in. This was actually the special dungeon guardian, boasting a mind-blowing level 200. The guy didn't even know what to say to that absurd number because it was his very first time facing an enemy who completely outclassed him. The monster laughed maliciously when it noticed he had checked its status. It seemed this creepy little thing loved to gloat just as much as it loved to talk. Baring its razor-sharp teeth, the goblin told him not to worry. Instantly, it activated a terrifying power that manifested as a wild, fiery whirlwind. The monster promised to make this quick so he wouldn't feel a thing. Without another word, it opened fire, unleashing a devastating storm of pure heat. This stream of scorching flames looked completely impossible to dodge or block. Hwayeon stood frozen as absolute death rushed toward him, completely unsure how to escape. The all-consuming flames burned everything in sight. Even turning the air to ash, the keeper was 100% sure he won. No one could survive that, so it finally let its guard down. It watched with absolute delight as the entire room crackled under its blazing heat. Human bones would easily melt and turn to dust in a fire this hot. Talk about major overconfidence. It took a few minutes for the creature to realize its mistake. Hwayeon had pushed his armor to the absolute limit, causing his skills to level up. He received several urgent system notifications, confirming this sudden, massive breakthrough. As the messages popped up, the roaring flames finally began to clear away. Soon his entire body was revealed, completely unharmed. The young man smiled, realizing that his defensive abilities were finally improving because the armor couldn't take all the damage. It could now absorb 30% of any incoming shockwaves. Still, our hero wanted to push this skill even further, since perfection has no limits. He grew pretty curious about the exact mechanics of this new defense mechanism. It was hard to understand how the armor could technically block such a blast. Ultimately, he decided to worry about the details later, because he still had a very angry monster standing right in front of him to deal with. Coughing, the goblin reminded him it was still there, absolutely radiating pure rage. A violent fiery glow wrapped around its body as it glared at him. Our hero calmly stared back, showing zero fear. This only enraged the goblin more, since it couldn't comprehend his survival. This time, the furious creature decided to unleash a far more devastating attack. The beast unleashed its ultimate technique, creating a massive fireball aimed directly at its target. But Hwayeon was completely unfazed. He just coldly raised one hand, commanding his magic to petrify the beast. Instantly, the goblin froze in absolute, paralyzing terror, unable to utter a single sound as his entire body turned to solid stone. Then the heavy monster collapsed, shattering on the ground like a cheap porcelain doll. Now desperately clawing at the dirt, the completely stunned creature just could not understand why its own body refused to obey. It had never faced anything like this, and raw panic began consuming its mind. But Hwayeon had zero interest in giving explanations to a dying monster. He clamped his hand over its head, squeezing with sheer, brutal strength. Paralyzed and helpless, the only thing the beast could do was shudder in pure agony, but then the unthinkable happened. The monster suddenly regained its movement, violently throwing off Hwayeon's hand and sending him stumbling back. Wait, what just happened? More importantly, that creature's skull was incredibly tough, impossible to crush. He quickly realized he needed a brand new strategy to handle this dangerous situation. Something that would let him walk away from this fight in one piece. The goblin cleared its throat, smirking as it mocked its own near-death experience. It did not seem bothered at all. In fact, it immediately unleashed a cloning skill, leaving Hwayeon to face 4 identical monsters instead of 1. They cackled in unison, taunting him about the real fun that was starting. Finally, they had found a worthy opponent. This time, they would use a completely different kind of magic to test Hwayeon's true power. A strange, eerie blue light began glowing around them in perfect unison. Hwayeon had no idea how to block an attack coming from every direction. He could feel his armor buckling under the sheer force of their onslaught. Just as his guard slipped, the cunning beast seized the opportunity, closing the distance instantly to drag Hwayeon into a close-quarters brawl. The monster was shocked when its surprise strike was cleanly parried. But Hwayeon had managed to pull it off, even if it took effort. Suddenly, Hwayeon's own fist began radiating that exact same mysterious blue light. An incredible surge of power flowed through him, feeling absolutely amazing. He felt as though his hands could shatter anything in the world. The massive buildup of raw energy made the very ground beneath them shake. It honestly felt like the entire area was on the verge of exploding. Yet everything held, and Hwayeon could only admire the absolute destruction he caused. Honestly, he had to give himself some credit. The remaining goblin clones quickly scrambled backward in a state of absolute terror. They could not believe a lower-ranked human had completely overpowered them. And not all of these creatures would actually walk away from this fight. Several clones had already been completely wiped out by that single strike. The survivors stared at him in horror and disbelief. They desperately tried to understand how a mere human possessed such monstrous strength. His power felt like an unstoppable, destructive force of nature. And that terrifying force was now taking a slow, steady step toward them. They could literally feel his breath cold against their skin. The goblins freeze right on the spot, utterly clueless on how to fight back. Unleashing his power, the young man delivers a strike that literally knocks the soul out of those monsters. They scream out in helpless, agonizing pain, knowing deep down that no one is coming to save them, and even if they wanted to try, they could never defeat this man. The goblins who haven't been touched by his deadly hands know they have to run for their lives and dodge his strikes, realizing their own attacks are totally useless. But no one is letting them get away. The youth quickly tears through their ranks, then chases down the runners to seal this dungeon up for good. He only pauses for a second when a screen pops up showing his massive bonus points, totaling exactly 1,432. Time to invest every single stat point straight into his strength. Now, he isn't just powerful, he's completely indestructible, a guy who can crush the toughest boss with one hand. He radiates such terrifying menace that the surviving goblins panic, completely lost. They know they aren't nearly fast enough to escape, and running won't save them. Their only option left is to accept their grim end and submit to whatever brutal fate Hwayeon has in store for them. A massive shockwave erupts, instantly throwing the monsters off their feet. They shriek in pure terror, scrambling to find any cover, but only a miracle can save them now, especially since every rock around is already painted in dark green blood. The last surviving goblin looks around in panic, seeking the source of the strike, but for a split second, the boy seems to have vanished completely. The goblin actually thinks he somehow managed to survive, but right as he's about to celebrate, a blade pierces his throat. Demise comes so fast that the creature doesn't even comprehend his own death, and when the final goblin hits the dirt, a flood of system notifications alerts him that his level has shot straight up. The screen spam is so intense that the system itself seems shocked by his performance. With a smug grin, Hwayeon realizes he has completely outdone himself this time, bringing a massive wave of satisfaction. His only slight annoyance is his filthy blade, coated in the disgusting, foul stench of monster blood. Still, this crazy level boost is a solid reward for conquering such a brutal high-rank dungeon. Next, the long-awaited final clear notification arrives. All enemies have been wiped out, and the portal will collapse in exactly 3 minutes. Best of all, clearing the area has unlocked an incredible exclusive skill for slaying the dungeon guardian. Honestly, who wouldn't want that? Our hero is so completely distracted reading the description that he actually stops walking altogether. The new ability is called the Eye of the Other Side, letting him to peer directly into the memories of other players, though it cannot affect higher level targets. Still, Hwayeon is highly impressed because a memory reading skill is insanely valuable for digging up his own forgotten past. If he can scan powerful hunters, he might easily extract some of the secrets they're hiding deep inside. Those legendary rankers with high-end gear and broken skills hold supreme dominance, and their overwhelming strength only scales up with every cleared run. Even starting from scratch, top-tier players can instantly reclaim the top spots. They could restart thanks to all the information gathered in past lives. The Eye of the Other Side, it bridged his entire knowledge gap. He caught up. Honestly, it was just absolutely incredible. He now had a real shot at justice. The regression ruined everything. As they left the dungeon, Minsu spoke. He instantly wanted to know what special skill Hwayeon had gained. Instead of answering, Hwayeon stared at the boy. A thought struck him. Why not test this brand new skill on him right now? Activating it brought up a prompt. Minsu's memories were fully open. He just had to select exactly which moment he wanted to look into. Without hesitation, Hwayeon chose the moment at the supermarket, that beginning. That was where it all started. Suddenly, a massive screen appeared. Watch closely. The system announced that the player's memories would play right in front of him. It looked like a 50-inch television, complete with a pause and rewind. It even had movie functions. Soon, a man appeared on screen. A young boy on the screen begged his father for a wrench, but got rejected. There was nothing useful here, so Hwayeon decided to skip ahead. He pressed fast forward. A few seconds later, the scene turned brutal. Brutal and bloody violence filled the screen. A helpless man lay dying on the floor. A goblin sat directly on top of him, finishing him off with a heavy metal rod. The sight made Hwayeon freeze. This horror had haunted Minsu all along. This single moment had tormented the boy since the game started. His fist clenched tightly, but he forced himself to keep watching. Then Hwayeon saw his own face appear on screen. He stood there in a bloody, torn jacket, but to the boy, he was a savior. The kid was sure of it, even when Hwayeon aggressively pushed him away. He had refused to let Minsu follow him, but one thing worked. Those words about how Hwayeon was the only person who could give him real hope. To become the absolute best, honestly, Hwayeon was secretly pleased to hear that. Hearing that he was the only hero who could defeat the monsters felt amazing. He would rise above everyone. Looking at the stunned Minsu, Hwayeon spoke. He told the kid he finally understood exactly how he felt back then. Minsu turned red, deeply embarrassed that someone was reading his mind. He quickly repeated his question about what unique skill they got. Nobody answered him, leaving the poor kid feeling completely ignored and upset. First the system ignored him, now his mentor too, but Hwayeon smiled. He promised to kill all the monsters and rule the world. This was Minsu's absolute deepest secret, one he had never shared. The only way Hwayeon could know was by digging in his head. And indeed he had. Now, Hwayeon activated his vision once more. He wanted to view the exact events from just 10 seconds ago. The skill worked flawlessly, displaying a clear projection of Hwayeon himself. He was speaking those grandiose words about ruling the world, unbelievable. Seeing himself inside another person's memory was a bizarre experience. It felt like looking at his reflection through Minsu's deep adoration. He idealized the hero so much, it brought a small, faint smile to the hero's face. It felt pretty good being such an authority figure. And an object of deep adoration, but then he simply could not hold back his laughter. He told the boy that calling him my lord was just way too much. Minsu got so incredibly embarrassed that he angrily yelled at him to stop messing with his head. Looking closely at the player chat, the young man realized he had to wait for the level 29 dungeon to open. Players were furious that dungeons were being cleared so incredibly fast, leaving them with no time to even enter, but all this drama felt so distant to Hwayeon. Sitting in his bright apartment, he knew that these minor issues would never touch him, even though people complained about his insane clearing speed. He still uploaded his results to the leaderboard. This official ranking was established directly by the government itself, and the association to showcase top records. As soon as Hwayeon cracked the top 10, normal laws would no longer apply to him, and he would gain more raw influence than the president himself. His income would be entirely tax-free, but a much bigger prize caught his attention. He was eyeing the final dungeon, the ultimate endgame of this entire world. Hwayeon was absolutely certain that whoever managed to conquer it first would gain enough power, wealth, and fame to rule the entire world. Hiding a smirk, he knew his ultimate goal was to beat the game as fast as possible and claim total global control. But his thoughts of world domination were cut short by an excited Minsu, who clearly had big news. Nervously holding out his phone, the boy started talking about Poisonous Cho, the formidable leader of the General Guild. A new chat message revealed that the level 29 Poisonous Spider dungeon had already been cleared by this very man. Hwayeon could not believe it. Cho was moving at terrifying speeds. Minsu figured it was impossible unless the leader had unlocked some broken new ability to sweep through dungeons back to back. Hwayeon was absolutely certain of one thing: Choi Chulsung wanted to beat him to the punch and seize the Eye of God arsenal. They were bound to clash in the Black District, leaving Minsu pretty terrified of having to face such a monster. Noticing his companion's deep anxiety, Hwayeon calmly asked if he truly did not understand what a battle was. Meeting the boy's eyes, he said a real battle means both sides are actually capable of fighting back, so stop being afraid and take action. Next thing you know, they headed to South Korea, home to the level 30 Black Horn Boar dungeon. There they instantly faced massive, aggressive beasts with fangs sharp enough to rip a man to shreds. The boars hunted in highly coordinated packs, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. The moment they spotted prey, talk about a bad sign. On top of those lethal fangs, their horns dripped with highly toxic venom. A single scratch would send that poison straight to your veins, slowly killing you in absolute agony. but our hero knew exactly what. This horn was incredibly valuable. One quick glance was enough to tell. Many hunters had already died trying to get it, but there was a catch. Hwayeon was running dangerously low on mana because that reverse eye cost way too much. It was absolutely insane. He heavily regretted wasting so much mana earlier. He had spent it all digging through his friend's mind, so he added stat points. Straight into his mana pool. Immediately, a rush of fresh power filled his body. Getting him right back into the fight, it was time to go after that horn. This move was extremely dangerous, but the reward was simply too good to ignore. Hwayeon's speed reached a whole new level. He lunged forward in a flash. It was basically impossible to trace him. The giant boars were completely dazed. A moment ago, a human was standing right there, and now he was gone. He had vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Hwayeon was closing in fast. He slipped around the beasts to secure the perfect strike angle. But the moment they sensed a sudden fluctuation of mana nearby, they charged blindly in his direction, even though they still could not see him. Hwayeon was honestly pretty surprised by how accurately they locked onto his path. They knew exactly where he was hiding. All he could do now was trigger his magic armor and brace for impact. To any observer, this looked like total suicide, but he was ready. He had a solid strategy mapped out in his head. Bam! The massive beast slammed directly into him with full force. But his defensive barrier held strong. The sharp horns failed to break his defense. Actually, Hwayeon was shocked that those deadly horns did not break. That just proved how incredibly tough and rare they really were. This only fueled his greed, and he decided he was getting those horns no matter what. The monsters finally realized they were in serious trouble. Fearing for their lives, they quickly turned around to make a run for it. But of course, he had no intention of letting them escape. They were trapped, watching in sheer terror as he steadily walked toward them. He raised his blade of destruction and quickly put an end to the chase. He sliced the horns off. Instantly, a system notification flashed in his vision. His armor upgraded to level 2, unlocking a devastating new shockwave skill. It worked perfectly for both offense and defense. Meanwhile, the dehorned beasts wept. They looked so pathetic with their empty heads that Hwayeon felt a bit bad. But feeling pity for monsters was a luxury he could not afford right now. If he wanted to rule the world, he had to lock his emotions away. He needed to become cold, treating combat like a routine chore. Honestly, he was just annoyed that these beasts did not fight back harder. Since they were level 30, they really should have put up a much better fight. Instead, they looked like terrified piglets with no clue what to do. Either way, Hwayeon now held the legendary Blackhorn boar horn in his hands. This was a vital crafting material used to make top-tier legendary gear. He could sell it for a fortune, since his current weapon was already amazing. To him, the horn was just extra pocket change. Suddenly, a message popped up. Every single monster in the dungeon was dead, and the gates were closing. Just minutes later, Hwayeon turned his back on the dead beasts and walked away. He headed straight for the portal that would take him back to the real world. Back at his apartment, he noticed the autumn leaves were already starting to fall. Staring at his phone, a strange sense of unease washed over him. He just couldn't shake his annoyance at the players crowding his space. They were breathing down his neck, snatching up dungeons right after he closed them. Hwayeon locked eyes with Min-soo, asking how many Tier 32 gates were left. The boy replied that only 2 of those gates remained in South Korea. This meant Choi Chung-sung was bound to show up at one of them. But what if the man went to wait at a level 33 gate instead? He could just wait for Hwayeon to finish clearing the current rift first. Min-soo didn't think this was crazy and suggested heading straight to level 33. And honestly, you can tell this was turning into a pure battle of wits. It was obvious that one of them had to clear that level 32 dungeon. But fate would decide who. Suddenly, Min-soo gasped at his phone screen. What the boy saw on the screen completely struck him dead silent. Hwayeon grabbed his own device to see what had caused that shock. It turned out the poisonous Chal had already cleared the level 32 gargoyle dungeon. This guy was moving fast. Meanwhile, a rival guild was already gathering. Choi Chulsu's men were waiting right outside the next dungeon portal. They were holding some sort of highly forbidden substance. But they started doubting if using it even made sense anymore. Especially with rumors flying that Hwayeon's power rating was over 1,000. One of the female guild members scoffed at that absurd power level. She was convinced Hwayeon was just playing mind games to scare fools. As they argued, the guild leader slowly stepped toward the dungeon entrance. He stared into the dark passage, calculating his next tactical move. A lackey nervously asked if their secret weapon would actually work on him, especially since Hwayeon could slaughter boss monsters with a simple finger snap. Taking a slow drag from his cigarette, Choi Chul-soo listened quietly. He didn't want to believe Hwayeon's power could truly be that high. He shrugged and admitted that if those insane rumors were actually true. But let's be real, if that was true, their plan was a total joke. But he was betting it was a lie, and they wouldn't fight him directly. Instead, Hwayeon would be completely swamped dealing with the enraged black ogres. These monsters would be fully jacked up on their banned substance. Even if Hwayeon boasting about his strength sounded like absolute nonsense, they still had to prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario. No matter how strong this guy claimed to be, he wouldn't survive 10 giant black ogres pumped full of drugs. Tossing his cigarette aside, he smirked, knowing Hwayeon was utterly doomed. The secret drug would make those beasts 20 times stronger than normal. The monsters would tear him apart, leaving all his loot free for the taking. They would get his rare skills without ever getting their own hands bloody. The leader grinned, already imagining the godlike power he was about to steal. After stripping Hwayeon of absolutely everything, they stepped inside the rift. Confidently following their boss, the man had zero doubts about his own plan. Choi Chul-sung figured these raw recruits could become solid fighters with proper training. Suddenly, he threw up his hand. He signaled the group to halt. Freeze, but his sudden warning only left his crew looking completely lost. His gut was dead on, right nearby, the targets of their experiment. Were lumbering around, these ogres were about to test a highly dangerous chemical. Crouching low, the leader whispered that their test subjects were right there. Now came the fun part. All they had to do was deploy the drug. He pulled the safety pin from the pressurized canister, ready. He primed the chemical spray, completely prepared to trigger the toxic mist. As the drops sprayed out, the entire clearing began to glow ominously. A nasty reaction was brewing. The leader set the canister down. He let the fumes seep out, waving his men back to safety. The scent was incredibly faint. The dumb beasts suspected absolutely nothing. No thoughts head empty, they just went about their day, completely oblivious. But as the toxic cloud thickened, even these thick-headed monsters noticed. Something was wrong. This bizarre, chemical stench was definitely not normal. Too late, the toxic gas had already filled their massive lungs. Their eyes flashed a sickening purple, and thick drool started spilling from their jaws. Completely losing control, the beasts let out deafening, agonized roars. A volatile alien energy was ripping through their veins, begging to escape. The wild experiment was working like a charm. The boss just smirked. His twisted plan to eliminate his rival was playing out perfectly. But watching these monsters rapidly bulk up, his crew started getting nervous. Their target would not even arrive for another couple of hours. They were trapped alone with these raging mutants. Talk about bad timing. Choi Chul-sung waved off their panic, telling them to just lie low. They only needed to hide out until the drug wore off tomorrow. His terrified men watched his creepy grin as he explained the plan. All they had to do was sweep the dungeon and grab his corpse. Then his entire legacy would be theirs. Meanwhile, our hero had arrived. He stood right outside the entrance of the very death trap they set. Dead silence, the quiet hanging over the clearing felt incredibly suspicious to him. Not a single bird was singing in the branches around the rift. Just by showing up and choosing to step inside, he altered destiny. Bonus points secured, he even scored some extra system rewards for his trouble. Spotting some fresh tracks, he knew his enemies had beaten him here. But he could not fathom why they had been so incredibly careless. Mensu was visibly sweating. Those drugged-up ogres were wandering too close. He begged to wait a day until the lethal stimulant finally wore off. But our main character just shrugged, looking totally unbothered by the warning. That is totally unnecessary, he shrugged. We already know their hand. They would simply stick to the path. If things went south, well, they could always improvise. Armed with that confidence, he prepared to move. Delay the inevitable, dumping every single bonus point straight into endurance, right before entering. The young man warns Mensu that guild members might be lurking nearby. He tells him to find a safe spot so nobody spots them, but they had No clue they were being watched, and not just by human eyes either. Creepy little insects were tracking their every move, the second Hwayeon stepped. Inside the gate, those shadowy observers immediately caught wind of it. Scientists in white lab coats stared at his screen feed. One of them barked. Orders to lock the cameras on the entrance to see how this plays out. They estimated he would last about 3 hours. A dark-haired researcher grinned like a total maniac, saying they needed to immediately report back to their boss that Hwayeon had officially entered the rift gate. These creepy researchers are absolutely thrilled to see their little experiment playing out so smoothly. But Hwayeon was completely oblivious to the eyes, tracking his every move. To them, he was just a test subject in a cage, still. He covers his nose, stepping into the murky depth. Trying to avoid the toxic air, he activates stealth, sensing that there is a deeply unsettling vibe clinging to this entire area. The toxic spores are still incredibly thick here, completely refusing to clear out. Suddenly, a blood-curdling roar echoes, sending a sharp chill down his spine. He freezes in shock. The overwhelming pressure in the air is like nothing he has ever faced, but backing down, that is just not his style. He is the type of guy who greets mortal danger with a smirk. When a towering beast emerges with crazed, burning red eyes, there is absolutely zero terror in his heart, only pure, raw focus. Honestly, he is thrilled to finally face a creature that looks like a genuine threat. At long last, his cold blood is actually starting to pump with excitement. Not gonna lie, this fight is already looking crazy. The beasts instantly lock onto him, despite his active stealth skill. This means the toxic poison has actually enhanced their primal senses, making them sharper and way more aggressive before he can even process this. The monsters launch a brutal, high-speed charge right at him. They charge straight toward him, relying on pure instinct. With zero time to dodge, Hwayeon barely manages to activate his armor. As the heavy strike lands, the monstrous ogre hits with a force that would easily smash any normal hunter into pieces. Even Hwayeon staggers, feeling the staggering weight of the blow. The sheer raw power is absolutely ridiculous. He grits his teeth, realizing this fight is going to be incredibly tough. The moment the pressure relents, he forces his heavy legs to move. So he does not become a sitting duck. Suddenly, a beast hurls a massive weapon at him, instantly marking itself as his first target. Channeling his magic, the young man commands the creature to petrify. The monster cannot fight the spell, freezing solid on the spot. Seizing the opening, Hwayeon shatters the frozen beast into dust. Despite the absolute chaos around him, he remains incredibly fast and agile. He glides across the battlefield, his agile movements letting him slip right past their guard. He closes the distance to strike his next target, unleashing a brutal storm of slashes. Blood sprays everywhere. Despite the sudden wave of disgust, Hwayeon feels a surge of satisfaction. He finally knows he has what it takes to tear through these brutal beasts. A fierce confidence washes over him, like absolutely nothing on earth can stop him now. But reality hits hard. The next incoming strike instantly shatters his fleeting moment of triumph. The impact is absolutely massive, leaving our hero staggered and struggling to stand. Then a devastating blow from a giant ogre sends Hwayeon flying backward like a ragdoll. Hurtling helplessly through the air, he crashes violently onto the hard dirt and skids. Gritting his teeth in rage, he realizes his pride almost got him killed. This is absolute madness. He simply could not wrap his head around it. What kind of strange substance could possibly boost these monsters to such insane levels? But this is no time to ponder deep questions. Survival is on the line. He quickly forces himself to focus. He barely dodges a flurry of heavy swings, slipping away in time. This frantic movement lets him reposition for a deadly, high-angle counterattack. His constant dodging infuriates the giant beast, driving it wild. Suddenly, the other ogres join the fray, surrounding our hero on all sides. They want to crush Hwayeon all at once. He knows he needs to fall back. A brief retreat is his only option to avoid getting torn to shreds. Scanning his surroundings, Hwayeon looks for a way to turn the terrain to his advantage. There is absolutely no way he is letting these ugly beasts get the upper hand. If he wants to keep breathing, he has to pull off something incredibly risky. Gripping his weapon tightly, the young fighter prepares to make a final stand. Activating his glowing armor, he grabs a massive axe from a fallen foe. It is time to give these monsters a taste of their own medicine. When the remaining ogres see their own weapon clutched in his hands, they freeze. They never imagined a mere human would wield their massive battle gear against them. Talk about an epic mistake. Hwayeon moves in instantly. He unleashes a devastating, energy-infused swing directly at the shocked monsters. The sheer force makes them shriek in terror, completely overwhelmed by his power. How could a human do this? One of the giant heads cleanly pops off. As the head rolls, the survivors realize they are in deep trouble. This is no ordinary human. They are facing a completely unstoppable god of war. Staring at the terrifying kid covered in their brother's blood, they lose all hope. The remaining beasts turn tail and run, desperate to escape this bloodthirsty executioner. A bright system notification pops up, confirming his brutal actions have altered the future. Reading it, a slow, highly satisfied smile spreads across his face. That chilling expression makes the remaining monsters tremble in absolute horror. To them, he is a literal Grim Reaper, yet a few refuse to back down. Instead, pure rage takes over, driving them to charge forward in one final attack. Honestly, this plays right into Hwayeon's hands. He absolutely despises chasing down fleeing targets. It is much cleaner when the victims willingly offer themselves up to his blade. To speed things up, he goads them further, encouraging their desperate charge. He openly taunts them to avenge their fallen comrades if they dare. Skin, with his wild grin and a weapon larger than himself, our hero, looked like a complete bloodthirsty madman, but inside the dungeon, these terrifying ogres had their own. Madmen, first, they wanted revenge. Second, they wanted to test their limits. They wanted to see who was truly stronger, man or beast, not wanting to show any weakness. Our hero decided to dump all his extra stat points directly into his strength. System alerts flashed rapidly, power levels were rising fast. This boost did not just help him attack, it let him literally go toe-to-toe in raw hand-to-hand combat with a colossal beast 10 times. His size, the sudden pain made the ogre scream, drool spilling from its mouth. Talk about an absolute beatdown. This move shook the giant monster to its core. Trembling with sheer fear, the enraged creature did not give up, pouncing on our hero and smashed down with a stone fist, but Hwayeon leaped right back onto the beast and grabbed its arm, squeezing with insane force as if to completely crush it. Once his arm was knocked away, he immediately targeted the giant's massive, vulnerable leg instead. This was far more effective. The beast shrieked in absolute agony. The pain was too much. It forced the massive creature to black out. It crashed hard to the ground, staring at his defeated opponent. Shaking in pain and terror, our hero realized that he was now stronger than ever. A bloody corpse, this was living proof of his absolute power. Hwayeon knew this bloody fate would definitely be the same end for anyone who dared to cross his path. He decided to spare the last giant monster for now, knowing that killing it would close the gate before he finished. In the end, the young man slaughtered 9 beasts driven mad by a forbidden drug, leaving only one of these monsters barely clinging to life. Surveying the bloody pile of corpses, our hero realized he still had a major problem. He had not discovered which of these creatures actually carried the Eye of God. The battle made him completely lose track of time. Once he finally snapped back, he knew he had to contact Choi Chulsoon and his guild. Meanwhile, weird surveillance insects kept watching the rift's entrance. They hovered over the dead bodies the whole time, trying to capture every detail of Hwayeon's actions. Finally, our hero spotted the bugs and stared at the bugs, asking if they could hear him. He grinned, mocked the guild's clever plan, noting any normal player would already be dead and buried, leaving 0 chance of survival. Did they really think he would lose? They forgot that our hero is unique. Now they pay for their arrogant mistakes. Their plan failed, and Hwayeon is waiting right inside the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the lab coat observers stared at their screens, tracking him completely frozen in absolute shock. They never expected to be caught like this, a total disaster. Everyone knew it was a failure, but nobody dared say it aloud. The young brunette researcher was absolutely beside himself with rage, knowing he had to notify his high command. He had no idea how to explain this massive failure. He ordered the split-screen feed to immediately contact the head of command because he had to report it anyway. When Cho Cheol-sung picked up the call, he answered immediately, completely unaware of what was coming. Was forced to receive the worst news possible right then. This confident, dark-haired messenger stuttered, his voice trembling as he told his superior that the absolute worst had happened. The boss snapped to attention, his pale eyes narrowing as he demanded a full explanation of the disaster. He heard the shocking truth. Hwayeon had personally decapitated the ogres. She threw their heads right out of the gate. He froze. The subordinate did not know what to say, simply nodding in terrified silence. Waiting for his boss to speak, Cheol-sung ground his teeth. He tried to stay calm, but the sheer panic was overwhelming. His brilliant, perfect plan had just been reduced to nothing. Tugging at his collar as if it were choking him, the leader demanded a poison strong enough to kill Hwayeon, but he was told. The toxin was still in development. Angry, he snapped at dispatchers. Once he had their attention, he ordered a brutal, instant execution. The dispatcher who failed his duty was marked to die, immediately. The dark-haired man was shot dead by a sudden bullet, just like that. Life in this guild was brutal. The boss's word was absolute law. Even his most controversial commands were executed without question. Men would gun down their own allies. Cheol-sung declared that. From now on, they would cut loose any dead weight dragging them down. He then ordered a special amplifier to pierce Hwayeon's armor. Though completing this massive task in just 3 hours seemed impossible, the terrified staff fell in line and got straight to work. Once the line went dead, a heavy silence filled the office. Nobody dared to say a single word about the dungeon disaster. Cheol-sung gripped the bottle in his hands with pure, boiling rage, until it shattered, screaming that he only needed a poison capable of killing. Hwayeon, he did not want it tomorrow, he needed it right now. He had to deal with this worthless kid immediately and forget he existed. What Cheol-sung held was a legendary black ogre poison enhancer. This secret laboratory concoction allowed the leader to level up fast. Before this, his primary ability was just a simple venom secretion. But now he had unlocked the secrets to breaking his limits. Downing the enhancer allowed Cheol-sung to produce a brand new toxin. This deadly substance could instantly expose his target's absolute weakest points. His only remaining issue was his inability to bypass Hwayeon's defense. This glaring weakness kept him awake at night, eating away at him. Because of this, he relentlessly drove his researchers to make a breakthrough. The entire staff lived in absolute terror of his explosive temper. They had just watched him murder a loyal worker without a single thought. He coldly declared that the enemy must never claim the eye of God. He cared little that his team lacked the strength to stop him. Not a soul dared to argue, even when Cheol-sung made another demand. He gave them a tight 2-hour deadline to find a solution. His obsession with winning meant anyone who failed would pay with their life. If Hwayeon caught them, they must end their lives. Returning meant total disgrace. Grinning broadly, the leader added that the enemy must not learn a single detail. Their entire plan had to stay completely buried in the dark. He even promised that whoever took down Hwayeon would go down as a hero. A legend in the history books. Meanwhile, our main character faced those ogres again. They kept spawning because he had spared their last relative in the dungeon. The beasts lunged forward with absolute fury, but their attacks fell completely flat. Our guy already knew exactly how to handle these oversized brutes. Slipping past their massive swinging fists was absolutely effortless for him at this point. It actually felt like a game until the endless grinding started getting pretty boring. He would slay a mob, new ones would spawn, repeating until the dungeon finally collapsed. These mindless, repetitive swings were really starting to wear him out. He could not wait for those general guild members to finally show up. His movements were so lightning fast and precise, he looked almost like a lethal machine. A cold, calculated weapon, programmed with the sole purpose of slaughtering monsters. Holding back his overwhelming strength was becoming quite a challenge. He decided it was best to leave the rest of the ogres completely alone. Doing that ensured the dungeon would stay open just a little bit longer. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. The maximum limit of players had entered the rift. This was the exact moment he had been waiting for, and a satisfied grin spread across his face. The general guild elite had finally stepped onto his playground. Finally, he had some real opponents to deal with instead of mindless beasts. He greeted them right at the entrance, standing casually over massive piles of dead monsters. Smirking, he noted that his special guests had made pretty good time. Staring at the bloody scene, a cold shiver ran straight down their spines. One guild member muttered in fear. They only needed to hold out for 2 hours. After that, their boss would arrive and finish him off with the new poison. Our main character just laughed, mocking them for not even bringing protective gear. You would think they would want something to help extend their miserable lives. They ignored his teasing, convinced that something was seriously wrong here. There was no way he could fight this long without taking a single scratch. Pushing past the rising panic, their leader snapped at everyone to prepare for battle. He believed they would survive if they just dug in and fought. After all, they only had to hold their ground for a tiny bit longer. He brooked no arguments. Honestly, this was going to be their absolute worst mistake. Our guy was already sizing them up, locating their weakest spots for a clean strike. He calculated exactly who to target first, but one girl refused to be cannon fodder. Terrified, she spun around and bolted directly back toward the portal entrance. Too bad for her, escaping was never going to be that easy. Our main character instantly cut off her only escape route. He told her he hated quitters, just as a cold blade pressed against her throat. The sharp steel bit into her skin, yet he did not want to stain his weapon. Deciding to keep his blade clean, he opted to use his bare hands instead. Her slender neck snapped effortlessly under his grip. Her life ended in a flash. The remaining guild members froze in absolute terror at the brutal display. Lifeless body, smirking, Hwayeon asks if they honestly do not consider him a good person since he took her life completely painlessly, the shaking. Their bodies worsens as they realize those deadly ogres were nothing but cute kittens compared to the monster standing before them. Clenching their fists, they desperately want to survive and become heroes just like their guild leader promised, the blonde young man. Urges them on, claiming that in 2 hours, they will be immortalized. The Guild Hall of Fame, but watch how fast their confidence shatters when Hwayeon appears before them, clearly intent on finishing them once and for all. Before putting down the annoying blonde, Hwayeon activates his reverse eye to invade his mind. A system notification pops up. Fragment of player Park Kwangho's memories is about to play. This is how Hwayeon learns of the poison enhancer his archenemy, Chul Sung planned to use. Peering through the memories, he realizes the blonde drank this toxic elixir constantly just to match his speed. It tasted so vile that the man could barely keep from throwing up. Yet he kept drinking. After all, it was his only way to stay powerful enough to clear difficult dungeons one by one, seeking the poison's source. Hwayeon decides to rewind the memories a bit. It turns out that the brew was developed to amplify spider venom, capable of slaying beasts instantly. Chul Sung was the sole person daring enough to test this experimental development on his own body, now that Hwayeon has a much deeper grasp of his enemies, sheer desperation and capabilities. He has a lot of heavy planning to do. All that remains is to question the captured guild members about this lethal spider venom amplifier. Naturally, none of them want to talk, so Hwayeon deals with everyone except a single, terrified survivor left behind for interrogation. Yet, despite his threats, these hunters prove to be fiercely loyal, choosing death over betraying their master. Diving back into their memories, Hwayeon finally pieces the puzzle together, discovering that this serum adapts the master's venom depending on the beast it is harvested from. But how did he acquire such a powerful amplifier? To solve this mystery, Hwayeon decides to dig a little deeper into the captive's mind. Soon, Hwayeon stumbles upon a crucial fragment of a private office meeting where Chul Sung impatiently asks when the poison designed to pierce Hwayeon's defenses will be ready. Hearing this, Hwayeon cannot help but smirk. He wants to look Chul Sung in the eye and tell him his scientists are too slow. Squeezing his grip around the target's throat, he asks if they truly believe they can make a poison capable of piercing his defenses. Staring into those terrified eyes, Hwayeon knows there is no point interrogating a mere pawn when he can go straight for the king. Before finishing the blonde boy, Hwayeon checks to see if he knows where the Eye of God was last seen. Searching deep, he uncovers a vital fragment from his past life when this very guild squad encountered him in the dungeon. Back then, they tried to chase him away, claiming the kid had entered the territory of the common guild, demanding he apologize and leave immediately if he wanted to live. Hwayeon is still shocked by how incredibly arrogant and cruel those guild members actually were. They truly believed the entire world revolved solely around them, so when he began slaughtering them, they just could not believe what was happening. They were 100% confident in their own strength and their guild's backing, but Hwayeon dragged them right back down to brutal reality and proved they were nothing but a pile of garbage he had decided to sweep up. Suddenly, the memory playback cuts off abruptly, and a system alert pops up, announcing that the game is restarting as the visual memory begins to fade away. Hwayeon gets pretty annoyed. He still has no idea where the Eye of God is hidden now. With this blonde bastard proving completely useless, keeping him alive is completely pointless. So Hwayeon tightens his grip around the guy's throat, squeezing even harder. He hates listening to these pathetic, desperate pleas for mercy. But unfortunately, those annoying sounds are far too common in this cruel world. Even though spilling info about the guild leader could save him, the guy holds out. Tears streaming down his face are the only proof of his absolute agony. Suddenly, the entrance to the portal begins to spark with bright light. Signaling a visitor, Hwayeon instantly flashes a wide smile. Assuming that Cheol-sun has finally entered the dungeon, he cannot wait to tear into his head and extract the memories needed to understand his past. But instead of his prey, he gets a massive ogre lumbering inside. The monster is carrying yet another decapitated body of a common guild member. Sighing in relief, Hwayeon realizes these beasts won't be interrupting him anymore. Still staring at a pile of fresh corpses is honestly getting pretty irritating. Our hero is an S-rank hunter who genuinely dislikes messy, unnecessary violence. Yet fate loves playing jokes, forcing him to literally gut dead bodies. Hwayeon begrudgingly accepts the gross task because he knows it is necessary. If he wants to secure that god-tier skill, he has to get his hands dirty. And we're talking literally. After a long, absolutely disgusting search, Hwayeon finally finds his ultimate prize. In his hands, he now holds the legendary Eye of God. This broken item lets him peek at the status window and inventory of any target as long as his own level is higher than theirs. A satisfied grin spreads across his face. Honestly, you would smile too. He secured the precise item he came for, claiming a prize everyone is desperate to get. Now Hwayeon is the official owner of this highly coveted relic. He thinks it is high time to pay Cheol-sun a little visit and speak his mind. Meanwhile, the General Guild is still keeping a very close, watchful eye on Hwayeon, tracking his every step. One member mutters in frustration that analyzing this lunatic is pointless because the situation is already crystal clear. Another member points out they simply cannot handle this level of monstrous power. Hearing this, the first guy gets irritated, demanding to know if they saw this coming all along. That is when the dark-haired researcher speaks up. Wearing a white lab coat, he admits that during the drug's development, they never expected anyone could ever reach such an absurd level of power, and easily defeated the monsters caught under its influence. Meanwhile, a guild member was absolutely furious, claiming the fight was not over since the gates remained open. But the dark-haired fighter warned that this was just a blatant trap, since Hwayeon was only after the Eye of God, which he already took. Then the other man finally realized the terrifying truth of their situation. Their leader, Kalsu, was now nothing but easy prey for his ruthless opponent. No one said it aloud, but they all knew it was factual. Right then, their formidable boss walked into the room, looking completely enraged. He covered his face with his hand, trying to hide his fury. Clenching his teeth, he held his tongue before he completely lost his mind. His eyes burned with hatred as he demanded to know about the drug. 3 hours had passed since he ordered them to finish the project. One of the developers stepped forward, trembling all over in sheer panic. He nervously apologized because the enhancer was still stuck inside the laboratory. He bowed his head repeatedly, mumbling some pathetic excuse about the delay. The boss lost his temper and commanded him to speak up clearly. The terrified employee pulled himself together, stating that the research was finished. But synthesizing the final compound would take another 3 days. Naturally, this made Kalsu furious, and he gave them a chilling reminder that if their enemy took the special skill from the level 51 golems, absolutely no one would be able to stop him ever again. The researcher stammered that their new enhancer would guarantee Hwayeon's defeat. He was even willing to stake his very life on the success of this drug, a vow like that carried deadly consequences inside their ruthless guild. Everyone in the room shuddered, sensing another execution was coming. This actually calmed Kalsu down slightly, knowing the man was no fool. Still, the ruthless boss needed to keep his people terrified and assert dominance. He suddenly grabbed the scientist by the head, squeezing with crushing force. Activating his lethal power, he channeled it directly into the screaming messenger. This was the price for bringing bad news and causing delays. Kalsu quietly reminded him of his ultimate rule for the guild. Anyone who slows the guild down gets completely erased from existence. The toxic poison melted the scientist's body, making him choke up blood. Kalsu coldly stated this was payback for the men sent to die. A corpse cannot keep a promise, making his vow entirely useless now. While the other developers stared in horror at the fresh corpse, the boss ordered heavy security to be placed around the laboratory. He commanded every single combatant to gather there at once. Squeezing his venomous, glowing fist, he swore their enemy would die. The arrogant Hwayeon would meet his end in the level 51 golem dungeon. Then the guild would seize everything the dead hunter ever possessed. But Hwayeon was already clearing dungeons and steadily climbing the rankings. Plenty of time had passed since he dealt with those guild players, and Hwayeon realized that Kalsu was not making any moves. This absolute silence could only mean one thing: a trap was coming. There was just one catch: his amplifier was not ready yet. It popped into his head to sneak right into the General Guild headquarters. He could wipe out absolutely everyone there, but that would be too much trouble. Plus, he risked losing his informant, so the absolute best option was to just eliminate the leader and seize control of the guild. According to the records recovered from his enemy's files, the next goal was a level 51 dungeon. That was where the silver armor lay. Everything pointed to his enemy believing that Hwayeon had chosen the predictable path once again, rising up as the strongest player around. Naturally, these guys would try to stop him at any cost, blocking his path, but the guild leader had a couple of priorities: raiding the silver armor dungeon and building an amplifier to eliminate his ultimate enemy. Walking through the dungeon, Hwayeon realized the amplifier was the one major threat to worry about. So he decided he had to stop that man's plans at all costs. Activating his stealth skill, the young hunter quietly left the area. He slipped out of the dungeon, leaving the portal wide open on purpose. Hwayeon knew hunters were already tailing him. Outside, he spotted Minjun by the car. The boy stood with his back turned, not even reacting to his footsteps. It was strange because the kid was usually extremely alert. He crept up quietly and called out when he was literally right behind him. It turned out his companion was completely glued to his phone, but he was not just playing around. He had actually tracked down the exact factory they needed in Gyeonggi-do, right in Paju. Hwayeon listened to the boy explain how the transport was tracked. Then Hwayeon activated his Eye of God skill. Now he could see Kim Minjun's player status window, along with all his characteristics and stats. Hwayeon began to study them carefully, paying close attention to every interesting detail. After studying the stats, Hwayeon warned the boy to be extremely careful. Just standing near him could cause serious harm, and a simple bump could knock him unconscious. Minjun was completely baffled. It made no sense how his boss knew these secret status details when they were supposed to be completely hidden. Noticing his young friend's irritation, Hwayeon simply smiled and patted his shoulder. Honestly, who wouldn't want to level up with a powerhouse by their side? This encouraging gesture made Minjun realize that from now on, he was no longer alone. Ever since his father passed, he had been desperately longing for real companionship. Then, the truth finally clicked. Hwayeon had obtained the Eye of God and used it on him, but when Hwayeon joked about conquering the world, the boy snapped and told him to stop. Mocking him, once he calmed down, Minjun offered to reveal the factory location. He had already prepped everything for a safe journey there. It turned out that while Hwayeon was busy in the dungeon, his companion had sold the horn to buy a brand new car parked nearby, so now they were cruising through the evening city in a gorgeous new ride. Sparkling under the streetlights, pulling up his own status window, Hwayeon noticed he had reached level 53, with his stats rising across the board. He gained a few more points, pushing his reserve past a whopping 2,000 extra points. This was a personal record, so he decided it was finally time to make a move. The choice, simple: dump it all straight into his concentration stat. It was a no-brainer, since concentration heavily boosted his Eye of God ability. Reading his enemy's stats was the best way to dissect their combat styles. Plus, keeping his own explosive power under control was getting way too tough. He really needed that boost, and he grinned as a new system alert appeared. The pop-up revealed he had just unlocked a brand new skill for his wild achievements. Behold, the newly crowned King of Concentration. This boost would supercharge his growth, Soon enough, they finally arrived at the destination. The car pulled up and stopped right outside a massive, towering research facility. Stepping out of the car, Hwayeon turned to Min-soo to get him to listen closely. To keep him safe, Hwayeon decided to cast a paralysis spell on his friend. It was a special reward for hitting 1,000 points in his concentration stat. The skill could completely disable any single sense for 5 whole seconds. When the system prompted him to choose, Hwayeon targeted the boy's vision. Instantly, Min-soo's eyes went completely dark, and he cried out in absolute panic. He had no clue why his own body was suddenly betraying him like this. While the kid panicked, Hwayeon calmly told him to stay put and never follow. Completely blinded, Min-soo was too terrified to argue. Hwayeon activated his armor, wrapping only his fingers in the hard protective gear. It was time to make a grand entrance, so he slammed his fist forward. One massive hit, the heavy concrete wall completely crumbled into rubble. The strike triggered a mini earthquake, rattling the scientists on the lower floors. They panicked, accidentally knocking over and shattering several of their delicate glass samples. One terrified worker realized this was not a natural disaster, but something far worse. The looming threat had a name, and that name was Hwayeon. No warning, Hwayeon was already stepping right through the door. He immediately demanded they bring out Chul-sun if they wanted to live. If they complied, nobody would get hurt, but the terrified staff just cowered. A few brave workers managed to stammer out that their leader was missing. Hearing that the boss was gone did not sit well with him at all. He unleashed another brutal punch, completely obliterating the building's structural columns. Debris flew everywhere, and the staff could only scream in utter desperation. Pure terror, they closed their eyes and prayed for survival. They wanted the terror to end, but Hwayeon completely ignored their crying. Tuning out their desperate pleas, he continued his path of absolute destruction. Realizing he was not going to stop, the staff finally hatched a plan. Their only chance of survival was to run away as fast as possible. Outside, Min-soo looked on in horror as the building began to crumble. He noticed small fires breaking out across the ruins, quickly spreading. Instead of putting out the flames, Hwayeon decided to play along with destiny. Why stop a good fire when you can make it even bigger? He grabbed nearby chemicals and started fueling the flames, sparking a massive inferno. The roaring fire grew so fast it looked like a dragon breathing pure death. Flames engulfed the room. If he broke that core, everything would collapse. With total destruction, Hwayeon smiled, declaring he felt pretty generous today. But there was one thing he wanted. To get his hands on, he slammed his bare palm against the roaring fire, which only served to make the fire rage even more fiercely, surveying the massive chaos he caused. The young man felt absolutely no compassion whatsoever, feeling incredibly pleased with his destructive work. To crush this foul abode of evil, which his primary enemy had been using, hearing a sudden explosion right behind him, he did not even turn around, instead just casually brushing the gray ashes off his dark cloak, because it was unbecoming for a hero to walk around dirty. From his high cliffs, he finally spotted the target he had wanted to find for so long. Activating his Eye of God, the hero finally pulled up Chul-sun's status window, which revealed some shocking details. The target was only at level 47, looking incredibly frustrated and utterly terrified by what was unfolding. You can clearly see his master plan crumbling with no way to resist. The Eye of God showed that Chul-sun's body was constantly leaking a deadly, highly toxic poison that had an 80% chance of killing him, the guild leader believed. He was dealing with an incredibly pathetic coward who would not last 5 minutes in a direct fight. Hearing this arrogant claim made Hwayeon laugh out loud. Because his enemy was the one hiding behind a shield of brainwashed warriors, completely unwilling to engage in actual combat. Besides, any warrior who was truly confident in his skills would never rely on forbidden substances. If Hwayeon were not so overpowered, he would have been dead and buried under the cold dirt long ago. Because surviving all these attacks was no easy task, climbing down from the cliff, the young man slowly approached, asking who could actually call the others cowards. The sinister energy around Chul-sun began to thicken quite rapidly. The poison becoming deadlier, the furious boss ordered his opponent to shut his mouth immediately, but Hwayeon had no intention of stopping. Instead, he pressed even harder, declaring that this self-proclaimed king of poisons would never defeat him. Losing his composure, Chul-sun activated his core and rushed at at the young man, screaming that he must shut up immediately or die right this second. Gathering a thick stream of green poison, he directed it straight at the young man standing right in front of him, who did not even attempt to move. Smiling, Hwayeon managed to easily intercept the stream of green energy without much trouble, forcing it to freeze in place. Do no harm. When Chulsun realized his supreme poison attack was completely useless, his eyes bulged in pure shock. I mean, nobody had ever deflected his strikes so easily. At that moment, Hwayeon stepped closer, prepared. He would crush the one who wanted to destroy him. Finally, the hero's strong hands wrapped around the neck of the sinister man who could not accept that he was in second place. Suddenly, green poison began to bubble around Chulsun's neck, looking ready to eat away at his flesh. It was so incredibly toxic that drops falling to the ground made the hard stone hiss loudly. Hwayeon wondered if this was the very amplifier capable of melting his armor. It would be pretty bad if this guess turned out to be true. To check, he decided to activate his inner. He peered deep into the villain's mind to see what secrets lay hidden. Those memories were packed with golden info about skills, rare items, and how to activate them. But his main goal was digging up details on the final dungeon buried inside. Without wasting a second, Hwayeon pressed play on the selected memory. Every ounce of his focus locked onto the visions, leaving him completely blind to what was happening next. The downed enemy quietly conjured green venom, wearing a sick, malicious smirk. He launched the deadly liquid across the field, while Hwayeon remained completely distracted. His target, poor Minsu, who was just waiting calmly by the car. When the kid saw the sudden stream of glowing green liquid, his brain couldn't even process the danger. Unfortunately, he had no time to react. The venom splashed his hands and began burning his eyes. Hwayeon snapped back to reality only when a bone-chilling shriek cut through the air. He instantly regretted not forcing the boy to stay much further away. The warnings meant nothing now. Pure, unadulterated rage completely boiled inside Hwayeon. Losing all control, he channeled his energy and aimed a devastating fist right at the cowardly villain who dared to strike from the shadows. With one brutal swing, Hwayeon shattered his enemy's skull. Instant, merciless payback. Talk about a massive plot twist. This brutal move completely rewrote the future. The system rewarded him with extra points, but Hwayeon did not care about stats right now. With his friend on the brink of death, every split second counted. Hwayeon snatched a rare-curing stone from his inventory, knowing it was their only shot. Minsu collapsed onto the dirt, thrashing in absolute agony as dry whimpers escaped his throat. Hwayeon rushed over, pulling the shivering boy up and desperate to save him. "Open your mouth," he commanded, pressing the glowing mineral right against the kid's lips. But the poison was working fast. Minsu drifted out of consciousness, unable to hear him. Watching the kid suffer, Hwayeon suddenly realized why Chulsun's poison never affected him. The truth clicked in his mind just as the magic stone began to glow. The healing energy surged through Minsu, instantly easing his intense pain. The toxic veins vanished completely. Sighing in relief, Hwayeon asked why on earth the kid disobeyed and came so close. But Minsu just stared at his hands, wondering why the toxic burn suddenly vanished. Then it hit them. Chulsun's legendary skills had been transferred over to the boy. That is why the venom could not harm him anymore. Hwayeon confirmed his theory. Hearing this, Minsu burst into uncontrollable tears. He was alive, yes, but he also realized he had just inherited massive power. The tearful boy tried to thank him, but Hwayeon told him to save his breath. Insane danger still lay ahead, with much higher dungeon levels waiting for them. But while they prepared, the rest of the country was in absolute chaos. The infamous Choi Chulsun, the man who once ruled Korea from the dark, had fallen. Shocking headlines flooded the news, exposing the fallen giant to the public. The guild leader was officially branded the most ruthless, corrupt criminal of the century. He had been the absolute sovereign of the country's black market. No matter how carefully the King of Poisons hid his tracks, his sins were completely exposed. Yet one massive mystery remained that left every single journalist baffled. Who was the unknown monster, strong enough to dethrone the shadow ruler of Korea? There was so much news pouring in that Hwayeon got tired of scrolling through his phone, deciding he would not find the really important details there anyway. Meanwhile, Minsu believed the media deserved to know exactly who took down such a terrifying villain, especially since they were already calling this mysterious fighter a hero. But Hwayeon explained that heroes rarely survive a battlefield because in combat, everyone fights only for themselves. Showing off your true power is just asking for trouble. After all, Call's son was not the only threat. Other top players could easily have high-tech gear, like a specialized poison amplifier designed to take Hwayeon down. Even so, once these conflicts finally end, he silently promised to build a monument celebrating every single one of his triumphs. Over in the world chat, things were going wild. Nobody could figure out where the Poison King's legendary venom had vanished to. This served as a chilling reminder that anyone coming after him would be targeting his rare gear and overpowered abilities. Sighing deeply, he realized this world had not changed at all. Human beings are still greedy and vicious, constantly hungry for ultimate control. Yet, even among these selfish monsters, some people truly want to help others and build a brighter future. Their next target was Level 51 Dungeon. Hwayeon had no idea what rewards were waiting, but the guild records mentioned a rare skill called the Assassin. He knew he was just one step away from claiming that power for himself. If he played his cards right, using knowledge from his past life, everything would fall into place much faster. Besides, no matter what path he took, his extra points just kept stacking up. It looked like tracking down details from the Central Guild was the key to this world's main story. Since he was the only player locked out from it, but now he could easily steal that information and do it way faster than in his previous life. Plus, he had Minsu working with him. The guy used to be an informant, now wielded Call's son's deadly poison, making him a perfect partner for dungeon raids. Sure, if that poison laboratory was still standing, Minsu's combat value would rise. But burning it to the ground was definitely the right call. Looking at his young companion, Hwayeon had a brilliant idea. He paused for a moment, then asked the kid what codename he wanted. Laughing, he teased that names do not really matter, but suggested Servant 01. Honestly, Hwayeon is kind of savage. Minsu ignored the joke, admitting he had always been a complete nobody in his past. So this time he wanted the name Joker Kim. He figured that name was a perfect fit for an underdog who rises up to shock the entire world. Seeing the kid's burning passion, Hwayeon grinned and remarked that it sounded like Minsu was planning to challenge him the moment he got strong enough. All jokes aside, he explained that to conquer the upcoming dungeon, they needed to get Minsu to level 34 first, and just like that, notifications began flooding the chat, showing only Fearless and Joker Kim clearing dungeons. The community immediately exploded, trying to figure out who this new player was. Some even speculated that it was Hwayeon's close associate, who was always seen hanging around him. Hwayeon just watched the chat unfold. They claimed a loner like him could never have any real allies. Tired of the constant spam, Hwayeon called his only friend to suggest a quick break. Minsu jokingly teased him about being tired, but then he quickly added that Chialsun's custom amplifiers were totally insane. This immediately sparked Hwayeon's curiosity, prompting him to ask about the skill. Minsu explained that even tough monsters melted from its poison. The skill was amazing, but his body still couldn't handle the strain. Hwayeon told him to call back after he cleared the dungeon, then hung up. Closing his eyes, the young hunter enjoyed the quiet forest and the fresh scent of leaves around him. Peace, but sheer exhaustion was hitting him hard, especially since a whole month had passed since his regression, and he had been grinding without any rest. Hwayeon was already level 54, and all his base stats were at their absolute peak. He could afford a break. After a moment, he decided it was the perfect time to dump all his free points into dexterity. Doing that unlocked a brand new skill, and he was eager to see what it could actually do. When the holographic system screen popped up, Hwayeon wasted no time at all and quickly scanned the details. He had just unlocked an incredibly powerful ability that let him manipulate gravity itself. This was beyond his wildest dreams. Now all he had to do was figure out how to activate it in a real fight. With nobody else in the area, it was the perfect chance to test his new force out. He focused his mind, triggered the skill, and waited. Wait for it, a system notification immediately popped up, asking how much weight he wanted to apply to the target. After pondering for a second, Hwayeon decided to go big. He input 100 tons as a start. Too much, a warning popped up, telling him the massive weight was way beyond what his current mastery could support. Still, the world Round him instantly warped into a chaotic blur. Hwayeon watched in shock as 2 tons of pure pressure slammed down on the nearby area. Feeling this incredible power was a massive rush, and it felt amazing. He joked to himself that he might end up with a serious god complex. Every choice he made was reshaping the future, which was fantastic because it granted him valuable bonus points, but then a sudden wave of anxiety hit him, forcing him to quickly check if the timeline was still stable. He wanted to verify the butterfly effect, but as he entered the query, but get this, his phone suddenly started ringing off the hook. He answered, asking why he was calling right now. Instantly, a panicked scream echoed through the receiver as the boy frantically began shouting for his boss. Minsu was in deep trouble, and the sheer panic in his voice was real. The terrified boy begged Hwayeon to come and rescue him as fast as possible. Hwayeon tried to get him to explain the situation, but the kid was too frantic. But finally, Minsu managed to speak, shaking violently as he gasped out that a level 100 monster had suddenly breached his dungeon, and right as he said that, the level 100 werewolf was already there. The monster closed in dangerously, letting out a growl so fierce it shook the air. Hwayeon had absolutely no doubt that his close friend was in extreme danger. Completely at a loss, he desperately searched for a way to reach his side right now. That panicked, terrified voice echoed in his head right until the call abruptly cut out. Suddenly, a system alert popped up, revealing that his actions were already shifting reality, changing the future itself in real time. A cold chill ran down his spine, prompting him to bolt forward at full speed. His friend's life was on the line, and dark thoughts began to cloud his mind. He worried the altered future he created was finally catching up to them. Meanwhile, poor Minjun lay collapsed on the cold dirt, completely paralyzed by sheer terror. When he finally saw his boss step through the portal, a wave of relief washed over him. There was still hope, and the trembling boy desperately crawled backward toward the exit. Gasping for breath, he warned that level 100 monsters were appearing out of nowhere. Hwayeon knelt down to carefully inspect his badly wounded companion. A nasty slash covered his arm, making the boy shiver in intense pain. Minjun whispered that the monster's sheer wind pressure had sliced right through his skin. Tears pooled in his eyes as he realized how incredibly helpless they both were right now. He sobbed, asking what they could possibly do to get out of this alive. After a brief pause, Hwayeon calmly pointed out that high-level dungeons meant massive rewards. High risk meant high reward, but is he seriously going in? Minjun sobbed harder, muttering that treasures did not matter if they both ended up dead. Ignoring the protests, Hwayeon stood up and calmly walked toward the massive rift. He firmly ordered his startled companion to stay put and wait right there. Naturally, Minjun did not want his boss going in alone and begged him to stay. His pleas fell on deaf ears as the hunter stepped forward without a second thought. Now he was inside a hellish zone where monstrous threats lurked in the dark. Right near the entrance, a massive, scaly serpent slithered out to block his path. It hissed viciously, but he barely even blinked. Facing a level 38 fire snake was nothing special to him. As the creature lunged forward to bite, he stood perfectly still, completely unfazed. His mind was entirely consumed with calculating where that hidden werewolf boss might strike from. Handling the beast was simple. A single, well-placed kick was all he needed. With a simple swipe of his hand, he sent the monster crashing away. Without wasting a single second, Hwayeon grabbed its heavy head and squeezed with insane power. The beast let out one final, agonizing hiss before going completely limp. Gripping the dead serpent, he suddenly caught a faint rustle coming from the shadows. Acting on instinct, he swung the heavy carcass to use it as a makeshift weapon. He hurled the dead weight straight toward the sound, waiting to see what would react. Before long, almost all of the lesser serpents were dead. The level 100 boss was still nowhere to be seen. Hwayeon began to wonder if Minjun had exaggerated everything to hide his own failure. Right then, a deep, chilling growl echoed from the darkness ahead of him. There was no doubt now that terrifying boss monster was indeed lurking close by. He absolutely needed to formulate a solid survival strategy to escape this deadly dungeon alive. Activating his Eye of God skill, he prepared to analyze the incoming threat. Abilities he possessed. Before him stood a level 100 werewolf with incredibly high stats summoned by its unique butterfly effect skill. This anomaly surprised Hwayeon because it was unprecedented for such a high-tier monster. to be found inside a level 38 dungeon, clutching the snake tightly in his hands. The young man finally understood how the future he had influenced so heavily was now changing. It turned out that monsters, whose presence was impossible to predict, could just appear. It was pretty funny. Hwayeon actually liked that he finally felt a rush of adrenaline. Since he had no idea how things would turn out, suddenly the werewolf lunged forward with his raised weapon and growled, signaling the start of the slaughter. He moved so quickly and deftly that it was difficult to follow his movements, but Hwayeon easily leaped aside, fully keeping up with his opponent's speed. Finally, he had a worthy opponent he actually needed to fear. That realization made the young man smile. Then Hwayeon also decided to demonstrate his skills, leaping forward to jump straight at the werewolf. Reaching his target, the young man swung his sword and put all his strength into making his attack successful. And so it happened. His efforts paid off, and now the werewolf was growling and whimpering from the pain. Suddenly, it seemed to Hwayeon that the monster was healing and growing even stronger. Looking up at the sky, he saw the full moon and realized what was going on. It seemed he was in serious trouble. Now, all the wounds on the werewolf's body had healed as if they had never been there, so Hwayeon decided to use the weapon that was at hand, namely the snake. But the giant wolf was not going to give up. He raised his weapon and swung to destroy the snake flying at him. It turned out that he had used a skill called execution, and one could only guess what he was capable of. Activating his magical power, the guy waited to see what his enemy would do, because only then would he be able to understand what to do. At some point, the wait became tiresome for Hwayeon, and he decisively took action, jumping so that he ended up right in front of his sinister enemy's face. While the werewolf was confused, he managed to touch the skin above its eyes with 2 fingers and send a powerful impulse to its head, which knocked the creature back with such ease that Hwayeon didn't even have to exert any effort. Pain pierced the werewolf's body, and he screamed so loudly that the whole space shook from the sound. Now the enemy was not so scary, but it was not worth underestimating his potential, because now he resembled a cornered beast. But this did not scare Hwayeon in the least, who resolutely clenched the werewolf's head in his fist and began to squeeze with such force that blood soon appeared, and then it was just a matter of finishing off the enemy, so that the dungeon could be considered completely cleared. Soon the long-awaited notifications appeared, stating that Hwayeon's level had been raised. The fact that it all ended so quickly and easily even confused the guy a little, because he had expected much more from such a high-level enemy. For some reason, the wolf's last death rattle caused Hwayeon some confusion. It seemed to him that he hadn't quite with the job finished. His attention gets pulled toward the werewolf's giant sickle. It is the beast's signature weapon, capable of easily slicing throats if mana is channeled. Recognizing its incredible potential, our hero instantly decides he has to take it for himself. It would be way too useful to just leave behind. He debates whether to stash it in his inventory or test its power immediately. Hwayeon really wants to give it a test run and check its limits. But a system prompt pops up, locking him out until he hits level 100. He grits his teeth and curses out the system for this incredibly annoying restriction. Furious, the irritated hero starts searching the area for any other valuable loot, anything that might give him an edge later on, but he finds absolutely nothing. Just then, the system chimes in to confirm the entire dungeon has been cleared. But any relief is short-lived, because a much bigger problem is already brewing. It turns out this lone beast was only the first wave of something worse. Within just a few hours, chaotic news reports begin spreading all over the world. Terrifying headlines declare that vicious werewolves are popping up everywhere. Global panic sets in as everyone realizes the situation is spiraling out of control. Humanity desperately needs a real counter-strategy to wipe out these invading monsters. Meanwhile, Hwayeon is hit with a heavy realization about his own role. It is hard to swallow, but his butterfly effect is what triggered this global madness. Turning to his boss, Minsu anxiously asks what their next move is going to be. After all, only Hwayeon has the strength to handle a crisis of this scale. But the guy is totally speechless, never imagining his actions would threaten the planet. As television broadcasts analyze the crisis, reporters try to make sense of the chaos. Both media and hunter officials agree on one thing. They are incredibly lucky that the next massive gate is still tightly shut. However, if these rogue beasts are not hunted down, no new dungeons will unlock. This means Hwayeon's ultimate farming run is officially on hold for now. With everything up in the air, he stands up and makes a decision. He tells his crew they are heading to the airport to clear the nearest hot spot. That destination is Japan, and before long, the team arrives at the terminal. But as they prepare to leave, an airport staff member stops them cold. He explains that every single flight heading to Japan has just been grounded. It is not even the first airline to reject them, they have tried several. Every desk repeats the exact same script, completely blocking their path forward. Workers cannot fathom why anyone would willingly fly directly into a war zone. Because of this, security orders the duo to clear out of the terminal. Nearby passengers join in, calling them absolute lunatics for even trying to go. Annoyed by the nagging crowd, Min-soo tells his boss to finally drop the mask. Hwayeon realizes that showing his face might actually solve their transport issue. He only wore it to avoid being constantly mobbed by overly excited fans anyway. As he pulls the mask down, the arrogant staff members instantly freeze up. Their jaws drop in pure shock as they stare directly at the legend. They are standing right in front of Hwayeon, who demands a direct flight to Japan. Sick of arguing over bureaucratic red tape, the tired young man lets out a sigh. He reaches into his inventory and pulls out a high-level item. Since they still would not let him use it, he decided to show them exactly what he could do. He slams the sickle down, completely shattering the beautifully laid floor tiles and leaving a massive, ugly hole. The guys are so terrified. Once they recognize the legendary weapon that they can barely squeeze out a word. Next thing you know, the Players Association hooks Hwayeon up with a private jet. Now they get to travel in pure luxury, flying high above the clouds. The aircraft gleams in the bright morning sun, looking pretty majestic. But of course, every perfect trip has that one incredibly annoying passenger. This girl just will not stop lecturing him about werewolf biology. Hwayeon gets so sick of it, he asks her to take a breather. He tells her to write it all down so he can read it later. Instead, the crisis team leader keeps praising him for being so incredibly brave. Rolling his eyes, Hwayeon sighs and says he just wants some peace and quiet. The dark-haired girl gets a bit flustered. She knows plenty of strong players. But she has never met a real, high-ranking hero like him. So she rambles on, babbling about how much richer and more famous he will get. After defeating the werewolf, leaving our guy wishing for a place to hide. When he firmly repeats that he needs sleep, she starts getting anxious. She wonders if something is seriously wrong with him. Plus, she is totally shocked to meet a guy who has zero interest in her. Usually, other famous players shower her with endless attention. So she decides she is absolutely not letting him sleep right now, demanding to know why he acts so completely detached from the situation. She starts ranting about hundreds of players holding the line in Japan, while Hwayeon just leans against the window, faking a deep sleep. Suddenly, she remembers the strict orders she was given before. Her only job was to ensure his safety and make sure nobody bothered him. She feels incredibly guilty for acting so unprofessional and breaking the branch director's rules. Eventually, Hwayeon just cannot take it anymore. He sighs and asks what it will take to finally make her quiet down. She snaps back that she cannot stay silent with their country's future at stake. He tells her flat out that she is way too noisy and he is done listening. But then he flashes a polite, charming smile just to soften his blunt words. She blushes bright red, stuttering as she asks what he is trying to say. Luckily, he is saved from answering when someone calls her to the cockpit.